I will now allow a moment for a silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, thank you. Thank you, honorable members. Honorable Premier, Honorable Mabuyane, it is a protocol to once again formally recognize you, your presence, and the presence of all the MECs and honorable members, as well as our guests. I also acknowledge those that are following us on our social media networks, such as your Facebook and YouTube. Ditikuni, Molweni, Goeiedag, good day. Honorable members, I would also like to acknowledge our guests, which have been invited by our honorable MECs in the sitting today, particularly the leader of government business, who has his guests here today. You are all welcomed, and everyone else is welcomed in the house. We will quickly move to the motions. We have a number of motions that are before us today, which will be tabled. There is about 4 of them. I'll just quickly call upon Honorable Matikizela, who has a notice of motion to take his motion. Thank you. Over to you, Honorable Matikizela.
Deputy Speaker, EFF rises to move a motion with notice in terms of 131 Section 1 of the Standing Rules, that this House notes that the Eastern Cape, the Cape's 800-kilometer coastline is a gold mine of economic opportunities, yet it remains shackled by systematic barriers. It's noted that globally, the third world countries like Seychelles and Mauritius are thriving through their green economies. Seychelles, for instance, raised capital with blue bonds financing sustainable fishing and long-term profit. Mauritius' ocean economy strategy contributes over $400 billion US dollars annually by tapping into aquaculture, coastal tourism, and energy innovation. Here in the Eastern Cape, Deputy Speaker, our marine economy holds a potential of generating billions of rands annually for the economy of the province. Aquaculture alone could contribute 3 billion, empowering black entrepreneurs and small-scale fishers. Coastal tourism, which is rich with cultural and natural attractions, could bring in 1.5 billion. Offshore wind and wave energy projects integrated with local supply chains could yield 2 billion annually. And however, challenges continue to persist: over-exploitation of resources, inequitable access to resources, environmental degradation, and corruption limit black communities from benefiting. These barriers demand urgent and innovative responses. Therefore, EFF moves that this House resolves that the Department of Economic Affairs and Environmental and Tourism to initiate a program aimed at the empowerment of coastal communities that could prioritize permits and funding for small-scale fishers and black-owned enterprises. Therefore, there has to be a resolution on the issue of blue bonds in that should be finance that focuses on sustainable marine projects and protection of biodiversity emulating Seychelles. There should be an introduction of skills development by establishing marine education hubs to train youth in aquaculture, tourism, and renewable energy. There should be promotion of ecotourism with a view to leverage on the province's rich biodiversity and cultural heritage to create community-driven, inclusive coastal tourism. This can become a sustainable revenue stream for locals. Provincial government must take action as the cost in action immense with respect to job losses, depleted resources, and continued inequality. Measures have to be in place with a view to harness our marine economy to uplift marginalized communities and position the Eastern Cape as a leader in the blue economy. 7, programs like Operation Pakisa should be introduced, as these have laid a firm foundation where we should be in a position to effectively build on them. And lastly, Lastly, to acknowledge that the sea is not just a resource, but our lifeline. Let us ensure that as our people, and this must, of course, be done within the confines of environmental preservation. I so move. Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Matikizela. The motion is noted, and it will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133. Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Makashela, to table his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Let me take the opportunity and extend warm greetings to yourself, the Honorable Premier, and the entire executive, as well as the members of the Provincial Legislature, the esteemed guests, and everyone else in the social media. Deputy Speaker, I move a motion with notice in terms of Rule 31 of the Standing Rules of Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House notes that President Nelson Mandela was born and bred in the Eastern Cape. He dedicated his entire adult life to the pursuit of the liberation of all South Africans. His fight against racism, tribalism, and patriarchy was what set him in a coalition cause with the powers that be at the time. He was an ardent nationalist and an internationalist of note, who believed in the unity of people of African descent and the progressive world in the fight against colonialism. Section 50 of the South African Heritage Resources Act, Act number 25 of 1999, gives South African Human Resource a mandate to use the Heritage Inspector to inspect and monitor the heritage sites that comprise the national estates and provide advocacy to ensure their safeguarding. It goes further in its broad aims and objectives to advocate for the introduction of an integrated, interactive system for the management of the national heritage resources, promotion of good government at all levels, and empower civil society to nurture and conserve heritage resources so that they may be bequeathed to future generations. laying down general principles for governing heritage resources management throughout the Republic, introduction of an integrated system for the identification, assessment, and management of the heritage resources of South Africa, setting of norms and maintenance of essential national standards for the management of heritage resources in the Republic, and to protect heritage resources of national significance, empowerment of the provinces to establish heritage authorities which must adopt powers to protect and manage certain categories of heritage resources, provision of the protection and management of conservation, worthy places, and areas of local authorities. I therefore request the House to resolve to debate the matter in the light of A, the Office of the Premier in providing an update on implementation strategy of the recognition of Nelson Mandela, his birthplace, and or homestead as a national heritage site. Slow or no progress in elevating his birthplace into economic or tourism destination. Scanty investments by government and private investors in Kono and the plans the Office of the Premier has in place in this regard. The slow but deteriorating state of his homestead as a final resting place of a world icon. Poor marketing and access to the site by the broader public. I so move, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable members, I put the motion. Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Kasim to table his motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I hereby move in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules that this House, noting Nkosikazi Notrinile Tenjiwe Mtihaha was gunned down in a royal home at Mkekezweni Great Place, BT, on 30th of October 2024. That the chieftainess was a sister-in-law of the late former President Nelson Mandela and the granddaughter-in-law of Abatembu Regent Jongintaba Mtihaha. That Mkekezweni Great Place is a national monument and heritage site where the late former President Nelson Mandela grew up alongside his cousin, Chief Zonwabele Mtihaha, who was Mama Notrinile's husband. Further noting that this is not the first time that this village has been under attack. That over the last 2 years, the area has become notorious to alarming incidents of elderly women being subjected to sexual assault at gunpoint by balaclava-clad individuals. That 5 schoolgirls on the same day from the Jongintaba High Schools allegedly raped at their private boarding school lodges approximately 3 kilometers away. That the BT police station, which services 196 localities, does not have a single functioning visible police vehicle, and that visible officers need to share the 4 functioning detective vehicles at the station. That on the 26th of August 2023, during the Imbizo in the village, in the BT administrative area, promises were made for a mobile police station to be situated at the village, for additional SAPS vehicles to be added to the BT police station. These promises, Honourable Deputy Speaker, have been fulfilled. That during the same Imbizo, the local municipality made commitments to install high-mast lights in the village. That this House therefore resolves that this House conveys its condolences to Chieftainess Mtihaha's family and the Adlomo royal clan and Abatembu kingdom. That our thoughts and prayers are with the family in this critical time. That we acknowledge the pain and trauma caused by this loss, not only for the grieving family, but for the community at large. The MEC for Community Safety engages with the Minister of Police to ensure the fulfillment of the commitments made at the Imbizo regarding the mobile police station and increase the number of police vehicles allocated to the PT police station. that the MEC for Community Safety and his department take all necessary measures to ensure that the perpetrators are not just apprehended, but that justice is served. That the MEC for Community Safety engages with the Minister of Police to allocate a mounted SAPS unit to the area. And finally, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that the MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs take immediate action to ensure the fulfilment of commitments made to erect high-mast lights in the area, which will enhance patrolling efforts and make it difficult for criminals to operate. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, I put the motion. Thank you. I would now call upon Honourable Chocho to table his motion, her motion. Thank you.
Ngosi, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the EFF rises to move a motion with notice in terms of Rule 131, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Legislature, that this House notes the tragic deaths of 22 children across South Africa due to foodborne poisoning, including 30 school children recently hospitalized in Gqeberha after consuming contaminated snacks. This House notes that these incidents expose the failure to enforce food safety regulations both in schools and in communities, which has resulted in the extra of the community and school children to foods that has expired and products with no proper labels, continuing to escalate, endangering the poorest and most vulnerable communities. Furthermore, shop is an insufficient response to decades of neglect. It is unrealistic and does nothing to address the elephant in the room of the sale of poisoned and expired food to our people. This House notes that while enforcement of bylaws is critical, we must avoid scapegoating and recognize safety and regulations and regulatory framework outside harmful practices continue. The businesses are owned by local or immigrant government. It must be noted further that government must further participate in the multi-billion rand shop industry. If the government could swiftly protect big retailers from competitors such as Temu and Shein, why has it failed to protect local government from the influx of foreigner-owned business over these years? And it must be noted that violation of laws often facilitated by local registering business under the name of engaging in fake registries and have contributed to unregulated outlets that undermine public safety, and there must be consequences. Therefore, we move that this House resolve that the Ministry for Health provide a full account of foodborne illness in the Eastern Cape over the past year, including death, hospitalization, and affected areas. The MEC assures us by stipulated the necessary steps that have been taken in inspector vacancies, inspect shop, hold negligence of. This crisis demands a task force to trace hazardous food, intensified inspections and public awareness. That the education campaign and consequences for all parties violating regulation and those who have failed to enforce them, that task team urgently established. Moreover, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Section 15 of the Immigration Act requires foreign-owned business to invest at least 5 million. That this is to ensure that all the spaza shops and businesses owned by foreign nationals abide to this, and that during registration, this is investigated too. And lastly, Urgent action is needed to protect our communities and our children. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Chocho. The motion is noted and it will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133. Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Dr. Knuts to table her motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby give notice excuse me, that I will move in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of Order of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that this House notes that the Committee on Rationalisation of Areas under the jurisdiction of the Division of the High Court of South Africa and judicial establishments recommended significant changes to the area of jurisdiction to the seats of the Eastern Cape Division of the High Court, and that the main seat of the division be moved to Bishu. And secondly, notes that it is estimated that over 10,000 people in Makanda and surrounding areas could lose their jobs as a result of this proposed move. And that this House resolves that the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature debates the viability, feasibility, and practicality of moving the seat of the Eastern Cape Division of the High Court from Makanda to Bishu based on the following factors. A, the effect of the proposed move on established employment networks in the area around Makanda. B, the effect of the proposed move on people employed within the legal and related sectors in and around Makanda. C, the impact on the socio-economic effects of the proposed move. D, the economic impact of the proposed move on Makanda and the Makana local municipality. The degree and level of public participation in terms of recommendations to move the seat of the High Court. The projected cost of moving the High Court to Bishu. And G, the readiness of infrastructure related to establishment of the High Court and related industries to Bishu. Secondly, that the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature ensure that the best interest of all people in the Eastern Cape are taken into consideration during this move. And three, that the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature ensures that we protect jobs in the province and prevent any further loss of employment opportunities and any further decline of the economy of the Eastern Cape. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Knuts. Your motion is noted and it will be discussed. It will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133. I will now call upon Honorable Hendricks to table his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. I hereby move in terms of Rule 131, Sub-Rule 1 of the Standing Rules of this House, that this House notes, at present, there are a number of unspecified learners who currently reside in undocumented and informal boarding facilities all across rural Eastern Cape. For many disadvantaged learners, these informal boarding facilities provide essential accommodation access, but poses a significant risk because of their unregulated nature. These informal boarding facilities lack proper oversight, and they operate outside the framework of official educational and safety standards. The absence of the oversight creates an environment where basic safety protocols are ignored, leaving children vulnerable to exploitation, abuse, and neglect. A lack of accountability in informal boarding facilities places undue burden on local communities and educators as well, who often are left to manage these vulnerable learners without adequate support. Chairperson, further noting that the tragic alleged rapes of 5 learners from Jongintaba Senior Secondary School following the violent murder at Mtigaga Royal Homestead underscores the urgent need for regulatory oversight and of these informal boarding facilities. The failure to provide safe and secure living conditions for these learners in these facilities has led to irreversible harm, highlighting the necessity of immediate intervention. Therefore, this House resolves that the establishment of regulations for informal boarding facilities would create a transparent system for monitoring and ensuring that facilities are held to account for the well-being of those learners. Clear regulations would provide a structured framework for ensuring that both facilities and caregivers meet the necessary norms and standards and the duty of care and protection. The system should include regular inspections, comprehensive reporting mechanisms, and the involvement of community stakeholders to safeguard against future abuses. The development of clear protocols for informal boarding facilities would foster a uniform standard of care and consistency across all facilities. This would help mitigate the disparities in the quality of care provided to learners, ensuring that no child is left at risk due to inconsistent and poor management practices. I so move.
Thank you, Honorable Hendricks. Your motion is noted and it will be debated at a later stage in accordance to Rule 133, subsection 1. I now call upon Honorable Kunuza Nkwencha to table her motion. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 of Eastern Cape Legislature that the House notes that the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children campaign 2024 takes place from 25th November to 10th December under the theme 30 years of advancing collective action to end violence against women and children. Acknowledges that this year's campaign highlights the critical importance of prevention, economic empowerment, and addressing the root causes of gender-based violence and femicide. Recognizes the focus on promoting positive masculinity, gender equity, and creating economic opportunities for women and children to foster financial independence and resilience. Further note that this year marks the 26th anniversary of this important campaign, which continues to raise awareness of the devastating impact of GBVF on women, children, and social fabric of our society. Therefore, this House resolves to call for strengthened multi-sectoral accountability and an all-of-society approach to combat GBVF, ensuring that all sectors of government and society work together to address this pervasive issue, and encourages all South Africans to actively participate in the campaign and take collective action to create a safer and more equitable society for all. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kunuza Nkwencha. Honorable members, I put the motion. Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Pillay to table his motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, House at Large. Let me greet you on behalf of African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move without notice as Section 130 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. This House notes that Eastern Cape reported the third highest number of invoices paid after 30 days during the 2023-24 financial year, which amounted 49,921 or 20% of the total number of invoices paid after 30 days by provincial departments to the rand value of 5.8 billion. We further note, Eastern Cape reported the highest number and rand value of invoices older than 30 days and not paid, which amounted 73,449 invoices, or 65% of the total number of unpaid invoices by provincial departments, to the rand value of 4.5 billion. Particularly for small businesses, suppliers may suffer greatly due to the late payments of goods and services. Families may go without food, school fees will not be paid, and whatnot. On-time payments are essential for maintaining socio-economic justice, human rights, and fairness. They do more than simply keeping the lights on. Honorable Deputy Speaker, SMMEs are greatly incapacitated by the Eastern Cape, one of the provinces that is having a difficult time during dealing with the declining budget and historical factors. The effects in this intensified for Africans, particularly black women who run small and medium-sized businesses. Women in business in South Africa confront several obstacles, including glass ceilings, gender wage discrepancies, restricted access to finance, and fewer chances than males. Delays in payments further aggravate their problem. According to the research from the International Finance Corporation, late payments are 3 times more likely to cause cash flow issues for women-led enterprises. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the service providers lose their supplier rights when they are not paid on time, which hurts their company growth, encourages unethical business practices, and forces them to revert to structural injustices left over from the colonial period. While departments like OTP needs to be appreciated because they pay within 30 days, health, education, and few other departments are not making adequate progress. The Eastern Cape Department of Health's financial situation is further strained by the projected 4.8 billion it owes to vendors in the province. Therefore, to resolve, the failing departments must adopt all the recommendations made by the National Treasury with immediate effect and submit a detailed report on the progress within 30 days to the legislature. Number 2, the disciplinary action will be taken against officials who fail to comply with the requirements to pay invoices within 30 days and who undermine the system of internal control. As a coordinating department, OTP must take strict monitoring plan on whether the departments are making the payment of suppliers within 30 days. It is supposed to be a standing item in their exco. We further resolve, while government departments ensure the legal compliance of payment obligations, a broader forum of business chambers, industry associations, civic interest group, and other relevant stakeholders needs to be created to advocate a better flow of information and enhance support to uproot the root causes arising outside the departmental operational problems. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pillay. Honorable members, I table the motion. Thank you. Honorable members, we have a number of member statements. I'll now give an opportunity to the honorable members that have the member statements. I will allocate 3 minutes to each member, and then there will be other minutes that will be allocated to the Premier and the Executive to respond. I now call upon Honorable King to table her member's statement. Thank you.
Inokingichima municipality is strategically positioned at the crossroads of Gauteng, Western Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, and Free State holds significant potential as an economic hub. Despite this potential, the municipality has faced a prolonged financial and service delivery crisis. In 2018, sections 139, 1 and 5 interventions were enacted, accompanied by a financial recovery plan with aspirations to remedy this decaying municipality. However, 3 years on, little to no tangible progress was enacted towards implementing the recovery plan. As a result, the municipality's financial and service delivery performance remained hopelessly deadlocked. That has left both National Cocta and National Treasury with no option but to invoke Section 1397 of the Constitution and Section 151 of the MFMA. In 2022, a revised financial recovery plan was put in place. The recovery plan was structured in 3 phases: rescue, stabilization, and sustainability. Despite interventions, Enoch Nkijima municipality has yet to move beyond the recovery phase. Enoch Nkijima municipality is functioning on a devastating autopilot. At present, the municipality's debtors book total 1.6 billion rand, owing Eskom 1.2 billion. The accountability ecosystem of Enoch Nkijima municipality have no positive contribution to its operations. It is abundantly clear that Enoch Nkijima faces not only financial challenges, but also significant capacity and technical skills deficiencies. The relationship between municipality and its external stakeholders is deeply dysfunctional. The people of Top Town has been without electricity for 32 days. Matriculants had to study during power outages. Hospital staff at Frontier Hospital are facing life or death decisions amid power failure. Businesses are being forced to close shop or retrench workers. This situation is untenable and cannot be allowed to persist. Premier and MECs Williams, Kapa and Gade, I have written to you requesting a joint intervention. A delegation from the Ratepayers Association and Bordekai Chamber of Business met with you, Premier, and to date, no feedback has been received. MEC Williams, I ask that you commit to undertake an MOU with external stakeholders who are prepared to provide the technical expertise and financial support necessary to restore this municipality's electrical infrastructure. Premier, I call on you to ensure transparency by providing the residents of Enoch Nkijima with regular updates on the progress of the national intervention. If obstacles arise due to resistance from municipal officials or council members, those responsible for unaccountable leadership must be held accountable, both individually and collectively. It is essential that intervention show changeable progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable King. I'll now call upon the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Makashela, to table his member statements. Thank you.
In that 3 minutes, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. Greetings once again. I will try that 3 minutes with the speed of a leopard. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the African National Congress has over years took note of the fact that natural disasters are going to be with us for some time to come. We also acknowledge that these disasters are not only natural but are man-made through environmental pollution and degradation in the form of fossil emissions, amongst others. We note the bold and inspiring memoranda of agreements signed by multilateral bodies in this regard. We have also observed that these grandiose conventions on climate change have not been followed by proper financial resources and thus remained unfunded mandates. We have also noted that these effects of global warming have affected Africa the most in the past few decades, despite her having a minuscule global warming footprint. We are dismayed at the attitudes of those opposed to the scientific global warming research findings and recommendations for selfish reasons. The contributions and partnerships of the global community in the fight against global warming remains a source of inspiration to many of us. That is despite the presence of global warming as cynics or pessimists. The government efforts aimed at strengthening our fight against global warming are appreciated and treasured, and further call on the government to be deliberate in developing its capacity to profile, mitigate, plan, budget, and timelessly intervene in the natural disasters occurrences, notwithstanding the strictures of the PFMA, which must be respected and revised from time to time. We are of the view that the province, through the OTP, must lead the fight against natural disaster through agitating for enhanced use of AI and robust implementation of disaster management plans and strategies. We encourage affected communities to strengthen their fight against localized disasters that may arise in the form of internal epidemics, food poisoning, and sheer environmental neglect. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I will now give an opportunity to the Premier and his executive to respond with the same speed. Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Oh,
Deputy Speaker.
you have 10 minutes, Honorable Premier. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. That speed will be in line with that 10 minutes. Actually, we need a little bit more than that. Into zalapha ndizazi ndiyafika. Honorable Williams will deal with the part that relates to Enoch Mgijima, Honorable King. But frankly speaking, it would be nice that honorable members are really honorable when it comes to issues like this. Sometimes it's always good to seek the truth from facts than just to generalize on what is going on in the social media, etc. About 2 weeks ago, I had a privilege of being in a meeting with stakeholders of Enoch Mgijima, myself, business in particular, setting up a war room that must deal with a problem that is beyond Enoch Mgijima's capabilities of dilapidating infrastructure. We all know, seated here, that the problems of Queenstown as a town, to be specific, are from the amalgamation of the small municipalities, Yotsolwa and Nkwanza, which were brought together under Lukanji to form Enoch Mgijima. At that point, Lukanji was not owing ESCOM anything. So it's going to be important that we don't leave that as we continue politicizing the situation. People in Queenstown are in trouble. They need DDM in its literal sense of word, national, province, and local. As I'm speaking, there is no resistance of any intervention as far as I'm aware in Enoch Mgijima. The national administrator is there as we speak, working in collaboration with the municipality. I receive daily reports, now particularly directly from the city manager or municipal manager, who updates me about progress in line with the meeting that I convened with them. When Mayor came from the international trip, joined that, is now leading that kind of work. So Enoch Mgijima needs all of us, not us saying things the way that we are saying here as if we don't know the real situation. We've got to save that town. It's an economic hub of Christian. So let's collaborate, work towards a permanent solution. We've got to find a panacea to address the problems of that particular area. So Honorable MEC Williams will come in there. Before I sit, Honorable Magashela is right. The biggest nightmare we have is the disastrous effects of climate change and global warming. We are now coming out of COP29. You see how difficult it was negotiating minimum settlements or minimum agreements by the developed countries who go around, you come and represent them here, those imperialists, and behave as if everything is okay. You speak on their behalf. When they speak something else, when we're supposed to be really doing the actual things on the ground. I had a privilege of being in a meeting yesterday in Qatar, yesterday in Doha, with a minister responsible for energy. It was interesting to pick it up that what Qatar is today from an LNG development, oil and gas extraction, was done by a South African company, SOSO, more than 20 years ago. Today, it's a massive 30-kilometer development that you will never see anywhere in the world. So this issue is a real issue, but it cannot be at the expense of our ordinary people in terms of their development. That's why what was in 2000, which was held here in South Africa, I was a delegate there in Johannesburg, in Sandton, World on Sustainable Development, what. It was in 2000. agreed on these kind of goals and also agreed on sustainable development. There is no development that should be done without taking care of nature or conserving nature. So it's going to be important that as we speak around these issues, Britain and others are busy reloading their coals as the baseline, the base load that they need for their energy to go on and continue industrializing. But elsewhere, they say to all of us, we must not actually develop our people and industrialize simply because as if we are not the biggest contributor in the carbon dioxide emissions in the world as a country. But let me leave that for MEC, the experts on this field. I was just saying that the expert, MEC Environmental Affairs is here for that, to talk a bit on that. I just wanted to summarize, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Premier, members of the Executive, and members of the House, the members of the public in the gallery, and the people of the Eastern Cape who are watching us on social media platforms. Honorable Deputy Speaker, on Enoch Mgijima, I do not think, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are reading same reports and from the same script with Honorable King. In that, what we know is really contrary to all the assumed or perceived assertions that the honorable member has done. Ours as the department is not to defend municipalities when they are failing. I think some members have a misunderstanding of our role. Ours is to ensure that municipalities perform in order to comply with their constitutional obligations. Now, what is happening, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is that every month there is a report submitted through the Department of Treasury reporting about progress on implementation of the financial recovery plan of Enoch Mgijima and other municipalities. We've just received that report in the past few days. And in terms of that report, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Enoch Mgijima municipality is beyond 50% in terms of implementing its own FRP. Secondly, Enoch Mgijima has also entered into agreement with Eskom to pay the outstanding debt. Thirdly, there is no negative views of stakeholders against that municipality. Instead, stakeholders have taken upon themselves to work with the municipality to resolve the electricity problems they are confronting currently. And I'm saying, I'm not talking from perception, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm talking from a practical point of view where we have been in meetings with stakeholders, them assisting with their own expertise to try and resolve the electricity problems. We've invited Eskom, the Department of Health is there, the Department of Public Works, engineers of government, working with stakeholders, trying to resolve electricity problem of Enoch Mgijima. It's a major crisis. We are working to resolve on that particular crisis. The last one, Honorable Speaker, is that the cabinet representatives are there as we speak. So it mustn't be said as if that municipality is on autopilot. In fact, it's misleading this legislature. The cabinet representatives are there. They are working with us to ensure that Enoch Ngijima performs as expected. And that's where I would rest my case.
Thank you, Honorable Premier and MSc. Thank you very much for the responses. Honorable members, at this stage, allow me to make the following acknowledgements, which are the guests of the MEC, MEC Mvoko, which is a delegation from the Chapter 9 institutions that are here, House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders, captains of industry, representatives from the banking sector, the audit committee members that are here with us today, the executive mayors from the metros, the 2 metros, as well as districts and local municipalities, the provincial entities that are here with us, DG and all HODs, senior management and staff from the Department of Treasury. You are all welcome, and thank you for attending this session with us today. I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Introduction of Adjustments, Appropriation Bill 2024, Eastern Cape.
Thank you. I will now call upon the MEC for Finance, Honorable Mvoko, to introduce the Provincial Adjustment Appropriation Bill 2024-2025. Thank you, Honorable Mvoko. Your 30 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, and greetings to the Honorable Premier. Bendimchazela kuba uze nje lapha ndisenguye u-acting Premier. All members of the Provincial Legislature, leaders of the Provincial House and local houses of traditional and Khoisan leadership, mayors of municipalities and leadership of Salga, leaders of political parties, religious leaders, business leaders, and leaders of civil society and labor, DG, HODs, CEOs, and chairs, esteemed guests, bobonke abantu basimamele kumakhasi onxibelelwano. Deputy Speaker, I also invited all the interns from Treasury, and that's because zihleli phi kodwa ke zilapha or zihleli ngapha, or they are also part of it. Good afternoon, molweni. Given that I am used to 45 or 50 minutes, Deputy Speaker, I will try and meet the time allocated. Kodwa ke ndixolela nje bandibize amanani la abafuna uwafa, and then ke ungandiqhawula emveni koko. Honorable Speaker, the economic challenges we are battling with are not unique to us. We are affected by the same economic headwinds that the country and the world at large are confronted with. These include non-ending geopolitical tensions that we know about, the conflict in the Middle East, raging wars in Sudan, and the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, as these all threaten regional and international stability as well as global trade. Now, National Treasury has revised its 2024 real GDP growth forecasted for the country from the 1.3% initially projected in February this year to a slightly lower estimate of 1.1%. And over the medium term, national growth is forecast to average 1.8%. Now, for the province, the economic growth came out at 0.1% in quarter 2 of 2024, which represents a slight improvement from the reported declines in quarter 1 of 2024 and quarter 3 of 2024. For the next 3 years, the economic growth for the province is forecast to average 2%, which is marginally higher than the 1.8% average for the country. Honorable Speaker, the results from the quarterly labor force survey for quarter 3 recorded a positive employment trajectory for the Eastern Cape. We recorded gains in employment between quarter 2 of 2024 and quarter 3 of 2024, with total employment increasing by 83,000 between the second and third quarters of 2024. Now, quarterly employment increases were mainly recorded in manufacturing at 22,000, construction at 19,000, trade at 20,000, community and social services at 30,000. Employment increases in manufacturing, transport, and communication services were also sustained year on year when compared to the same quarter of the previous year. Now, due to an increase in overall employment numbers, the unemployment rates across the province swiftly declined in quarter 3, more so in the metros. The average unemployment rate in the province is currently estimated at 37.2%, which represents an almost 4 percentage point decline compared to quarter 2 of 2024. Now, this policy statement, therefore, outlines our focus areas to inspire economic growth and job creation, and these are private sector investment, enhancing our capacity of productive and creative industries and sectors, investing in economic infrastructure, and supporting local business and skills development. Now, Honourable Speaker, one of the successes of the sixth administration was its ability to galvanize a private sector investment. We intend to build on that momentum as we continue with our efforts to stimulate economic growth and job creation over the medium term. Since 2019, we have witnessed a growing flurry of interest by various local and global firms to invest in the province. Investment declarations and commitments have been made following the 3 investment conferences that we all know about, 2019, 2022, and 2023, where more than 127 billion rand worth of investments were announced. We can confirm that some of those declarations and commitments have translated into actual implementation across the province. There is a clear indication that the investment momentum is not waning off, with private sector investment continuing to come into the province in various forms. Our world-class special economic zones, Kucha, SEZ, and East London IDZ, or SEZ, remain our economic assets that we use as leverage for investment attraction and industrial development. We welcome the 11.4 billion rand investment pledged by Zero Carbon Charge, working with AIDC Eastern Cape for the rollout of 29 fast off-grid green electric vehicle charging station sites. A 200 million rand investment declaration by FAWSA in Kucha, the collaboration between a local bus manufacturing company, Siga E-Mobility, East London IDZ, AIDC Eastern Cape, and a Chinese OEM to set up an electric bus assembly plant in East London, with more in the pipelines for Kucha and East London IDZ, SEZ. We also welcome the commercial cold holdings investment in cold chain infrastructure that will significantly boost the province's exporting capacity for citrus and fruits. We are proactively taking decisive action to establish a dynamic investment-friendly environment that drives strong investments. The recent established PIC, which is the Provincial Investment Council, which is led by the Premier, demonstrate our robust commitment to private sector investment. We've just had a session with the PIC I would say it was our first meeting of induction and actually looking at what road lies ahead for for us as a province in terms of investment. And the PIC will focus in its efforts on investment promotion and investment attraction, economic diversification, sector development, trade promotion, as well as infrastructure development and financing. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our second focus area directs us to invest on key sectors of our economy, including agriculture, auto sector, tourism, film and creative industries. Despite Eastern Cape's comparative advantage on agriculture, our true potential on this sector remains underutilized. A small group of commercial farmers who represent less than 7% of farmers are producing more than 80% of agricultural output in the province. The constraints faced by local emerging producers include absence of guaranteed commercial tenure rights, access to water and related infrastructure, limited investment, technology and skills transfer, low utilization of agricultural inputs, and minimal integration of local producers into formal agricultural value chains. Now, through the Department of Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, the provincial government will accelerate the implementation of the agricultural and agro-processing master plan over the medium term to address the constraints experienced by local farmers. The provincial government has also formulated a procurement model to assist local agricultural producers gain access to the large government market that caters for school nutrition, patient food, and food relief program. The main objective is to create a viable market for the Eastern Cape agro-industry. This will be achieved through activating structured procurement processes to assist local producers gain access to the government market and encourage provincial departments to procure food from Eastern Cape-based farmers, food aggregators, and agro-processors, targeting agricultural food programs for patient food, school nutrition programs, and food parcels by government and government entities. I think to the honorable members, this is not news. It is something that we've been talking about. The focus of this program will be placed on the departments of education, social development, and health nutrition programs. Details of this procurement model will be communicated during the tabling of the main budget in March 2025. Honorable Speaker, as the backbone of the manufacturing activity in the province, the automotive industry will continue to receive support from provincial government over the medium term. Our support will focus on the provincial electric vehicle strategy, which seeks to create an enabling infrastructure for electric vehicles in the province. Through AIDC Eastern Cape, we are witnessing the rollout of the 13 charging stations of electric vehicles, a key strategic route key strategic routes of the province. This was made possible by the allocation of 18 million rand during the main budget in March. I've already spoken to the 11.4 billion investment pledged by Zero Carbon Charge, working with AIDC Eastern Cape for the rollout of the 29 fast off-grid green electric vehicle charging station sites. Now, the subsector is one of the few that has in the past consistently attracted fixed investment inflows into the province. We are thrilled that the 3 billion Stellantis plant is taking off at Kucha SZ and is expected to start assembling the Peugeot Landtrek in 2026. AIDC Eastern Cape continues to work closely with the current OEMs in the province, other global and auto component suppliers to facilitate further investment. Honorable Speaker, the potential of tourism in the province remains immense, and the sector has been regarded as a priority sector to grow the economy of the province and create jobs. Furthermore, the sector has the potential to diversify the provincial economy and create new markets for locally produced goods and services. Now, through ECPL, which is the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency, World Bank is rolling out 65 million rand in conservation tourism initiatives in the province, which includes Addo Elephant Park and the Great Fish River. Now, this initiative includes the rehabilitation of the reserve management roads, the upgrade of the Commodore staff accommodation, the upgrade of the retreat staff accommodation and fence rehabilitation. So for broader tourism in the province, we'll be investing in various infrastructure projects in an effort to attract and grow the tourism industry in the province over the medium term. Honorable Speaker, the province has been observing a boom in the film and creative industries. Following intentional decision we made in 2018-19 financial year to establish the Eastern Cape Film Investment Fund, a total of 72.7 million rand has been allocated to the fund since its inception, has managed to attract external investment funding to the value of 506.4 million and created 8,274 jobs and supported a total of 758 small, medium and micro enterprises. To further develop the film industry, the province, working through ECDC and ECPL, is planning in investing in film infrastructure through establishing film studios. The aim is to attract 15 productions a year through our film production facilities. Now, with support from external funders, this project promises to attract more than 200 million investments per year that could potentially create more than 2,000 jobs and benefit 386 SMEs in the province. Honorable Speaker, the third focus area to inspire economic growth is economic infrastructure investment. The government has made massive investment to economic infrastructure, especially during the sixth administration, which has seen the Eastern Cape turning into a construction site, igniting positive economic strategy and job creation. The provincial government will work with the national government to increase support for economic infrastructure over the medium term, focusing on the roads, ports, freight, rail, water, and electricity. We are excited that in the current financial year, SANRAL has completed the N2 Bellstone and Breitbach interchange, which was valued at 438 million rand. This project came about as a partnership between SANRAL and Eastern Cape Department of Transport, which also saw improvements to the road between Bisho to Zwelicha. Honorable Speaker, one of the key projects driven at a national level to reform the main rail network is Transnet Ukuvusela Gauteng Eastern Cape High Capacity Rail Corridor. I think this is a project that the Premier has spoken about a number of times, and the project seeks to upgrade the South Corridor railway line and port infrastructure for automotive handling. Now, Transport is partnering with government and funding institutions to expand the Southern Corridor rail network. Now, the plan is to increase the rail capacity in the corridor by 3 additional daily 50 wagon sets between the port of Port Elizabeth and Gauteng for automotive logistics. Honorable Speaker, the implementation of the local economic development procurement framework remains a strategic focus area to ensure that local suppliers benefit from government procurement with a view of addressing the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment by stimulating the local economy through job preservation and creation. The total procurement spend on goods and services by the provincial departments during the first 6 months of the current financial year amounted to 4.8 billion rand. Out of this total, 3.3 billion rand, which constitutes 68.6%, was spent on Eastern Cape-based suppliers, including medium, small, and micro enterprises. The government funding institutions have a pivotal role to play in supporting the local procurement through MSMEs and should make it work. Now, in developing the requisite engineering skills in the province, AITC Eastern Cape will work with the TVET colleges and universities to transform and upgrade engineering training in the province. And AITC Eastern Cape has already trained 87 young people for the automotive industry. To expand and transform the local auto value chain, AITC Eastern Cape is partnering with the Eastern Cape Provincial Treasury and the Department of Transport to ensure that MSMEs in the auto sector and related services are capacitated to access the 200 million government fleet contract expenditure. Now, AIDC Eastern Cape will provide support to 102 MSMEs as part of the aftermarket MSME support program in the short to medium term. Now, the selected MSMEs have been registered with the AIDC Eastern Cape, and their assessment has been completed, including their equipment needs. A provision will be made in the main budget in March 2025 to support MSMEs in the aftermarket auto sector. I think I'm using these terms interchangeably because we change all the time. It only refers to, we used to refer to them as SMMEs. On the fiscal outlook, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the extended period of low economic growth leads to lower tax revenues, hence the need for ongoing fiscal consolidation efforts to ensure sustainability of public finances. Now, the fiscal consolidation strategy helps us to improve efficiencies in expenditure, promote fiscal sustainability, frees up resources for infrastructure and other economic development initiatives, protects delivery of frontline social services, and promotes alignment of budgets with priorities. Now, over the 2025 MTF, the province will continue with its endeavors of improving efficiencies through the implementation of cost containment measures, stringent controls on non-core items, and infrastructure delivery, including visiting project sites to ensure value for money. On the revenue strategy, Honourable Speaker, we continue to strengthen our revenue collection strategy to improve our revenue collection. The current economic challenges and constrained fiscal environment demand that we improve in this area if we are to find the balance between income and expenditure. The province is supporting the 4 main revenue-generating departments, DPWI, Transport, Health, and DDIT, with the implementation of the revenue study, which includes the revision of revenue plans to implement the short to medium term and the long term ending in 2030. On the in-year expenditure adjustment, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, while this time of the budget process is meant to outline policy direction over the medium term, it also presents us with an opportunity to make adjustments on the budget allocation we made in March this year. The current adjusted budget process has seen no changes in transfers from National Treasury in terms of the equitable share and conditional grants. So we did not get any funding when the minister was delivering his MTBS. So equally, departments would not be expecting any funding. We got nothing, and therefore we give nothing. We, however, made available a budget of 713.6 million to fund immediate budget pressures in departments through rollovers, surrenders, and additional allocation from the Provincial Revenue Fund. And I must say that at the rate at which we are digging in the Provincial Revenue Fund, soon we are going to be a province that is not going to be able to balance the budget between what we receive at national and what we spend. The Department of Health will receive 200 million rand to cater for the medico-legal writ application matters, patient food, as well as for the cleaning of the health facilities. I was mobilized very early in the morning by the MEC to do something about the Department of Health, and so at least I've tried. The Office of the Premier, we had a 7 o'clock meeting. That's where she mobilized me. The Office of the Premier will receive a net allocation of 173.2 million rand, mainly for broadband and other ICT infrastructure. The Department of Transport is allocated 142.1 million rand as a rollover for the road maintenance grant. Provincial Legislature will receive 58.7 million rand, mainly to cater for ICT projects, support staff to additional members, and committee work, as well as oversight. Now, Honorable Speaker, the provincial medium-term budget strategy highlights the key elements of the priorities framework as agreed between provincial cluster departments. The framework serves to coordinate government's plans for the coming medium term, reflecting their strategic intent and matching fiscal resources to deliver on those policy commitments. Guided by the medium-term development plan, the overall focus is to deliver an inclusive economy that creates jobs, reduces poverty, and tackles the high cost of living and develops a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Over the medium term, the provincial consolidated expenditure is going to increase from 95.6 billion in 2024-25 to 103.8 billion in 27-28 financial year. The consolidated budget for 25 MTF is 302 billion rand. Now, the province remains committed in prioritizing the social services sector. The sector will be allocated a consolidated budget of 246.9 billion rand, or 81.7% of the provincial allocations over the 2025 MTF. The economic and governance sectors will be allocated 44.9 billion and 10.45 billion rand respectively. And using our cluster approach, key programs within the social services sector aims to deliver social protection, community and human development. Focus will be on education, health and social development. In this regard, the provincial government will be upscaling the rollout of a number of programs within the social services sector. Details of funds allocated for social protection, community and human development will be communicated during the tabling of the main budget in March next year. The Honorable Speaker, the province has been a subject of serious crime recently, and I want to take this opportunity to appreciate the intervention of national and provincial government in dealing with these heinous crimes. While it is the competency of the South African Police Service to combat crime, the province has a responsibility to create safer communities. We will use this policy statement to place our focus on the implementation of the integrated violence and crime prevention strategy, anti-gang strategy and drug master plan. Through the Department of Community Safety, we will also strengthen our oversight role on the police in the province. Honorable Speaker, we are integrating the infrastructure service delivery into the cluster approach that has been adopted by the province to prioritize infrastructure projects that promise a return on investment, taking into cognizance the 7th administration priorities. Now, to achieve value for money in infrastructure delivery and ensuring projects are completed on time, within budget, and to the required quality, this will be managed through the provincial model of infrastructure coordination, monitoring, and support, as the coordination of infrastructure demands the line of sight that includes provincial treasury, public works and infrastructure, and the office of the premier. This model allocates 3 technical streams: budget monitoring led by the provincial treasury, project monitoring and implementation led by the Department of Public Works, and infrastructure and service delivery monitoring and site visits led by the office of the premier. As the portfolio of projects on paper must also be tested on the ground through service delivery, site monitoring to enhance the credibility of reports. We are pleased with the decision by National Treasury to allocate funding for infrastructure to Infrastructure South Africa to support national and provincial government departments, municipalities and public entities with project preparation and project development to accelerate the pace and quality of infrastructure delivery. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we continue to strengthen our procurement reforms for effective service delivery to ensure that there are no challenges in service delivery and underspending of budgets emanating from delays in procurement. The province has adopted a measure of undertaking procurement process for projects, goods and services in the year prior to which the budget for such will become available. In view of the historical service delivery backlog, including infrastructure, the provincial government cannot afford and tolerate the underspending of budget and return thereof to the fiscus. As a result, there are concerted efforts to work closely with departments and monitor the implementation of procurement plans in order to overcome these challenges. And I think this stretches to municipalities as well as MEC Williams is busy crisscrossing the province to ensure that that happens.
You have 3 minutes left, Honorable MEC. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make use of the 3 minutes. The economic growth and service delivery we also dearly want. It's important that we invest in the state capacity, oversight and accountability. The Eastern Cape Provincial Government will, over the 2025 MTF, continue to implement the provincial broadband project that seeks to connect around 2,700 government key sites that are struggling with connectivity. There has been a steady progress in the audit outcomes when one looks at the past 5 years for both entities and audited under the PFMA and Municipal Finance Management Act. The improvement is notwithstanding the overriding concern that we have when the two departments under PFMA, health and education, remain with unqualified audit. Honourable Deputy Speaker, we are confident with the partnership we have with legislature, in particular the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, whom we believe has its sights firmly gripped on audit improvement and irregular expenditure balances, will realize these objectives. And in conclusion, this is the policy direction we are taking over the medium term. At the heart of it is the appeal for the Eastern Cape community to collaborate towards inclusive economic growth through private and public investment, jobs creation, and enhanced state capacity to deliver critical social services. I wish to take this opportunity and thank the Premier for his continued guidance and support, the members of the Executive for their support, the legislature led by the Honourable Deputy Speaker for your oversight. I also wish to thank the HOD for Treasury, the Executive Manager and the entire Treasury team for standing firm and providing necessary support during these trying times. Lastly, I wish to thank all our stakeholders and all people of the Eastern Cape for support and trusting us with this responsibility. It is with great honor and privilege that I table before this House the 2024 adjusted estimates of the provincial revenue and expenditure, the 2024 medium-term budget policy statement, and the 2024 adjusted appropriation bill. The Gazette detailing the payments to municipalities, schools, and hospitals has been published on the government printer's website. I thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. The bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills in terms of Rule 160, subsection 1. I will now ask the Secretary to read the second order of the day.
Tabling of the 2024-25 combined financial statements.
Thank you. I will now call upon the MEC for Finance, Honourable Mvoko, to table the combined financial statements. You have 10 minutes this time around. It's not 30 minutes, it's 10 minutes now. Thank you. The 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. How I wish I could have taken 5 more minutes from it. Greetings to all the honourable members once again. I'm honoured to stand before this House to table the combined financial statements for the year ended 31st March 2024 for the provincial departments and public entities. Section 19 of the PFMA requires that provincial treasuries prepare and table the consolidated financial statements in respect of provincial departments and public entities under the control of the provincial executive and the provincial legislature. The combined financial statements that we are tabling to this House today demonstrate the progress we have made to realize one of the key objectives of this province, which is to promote transparency and accountability to our citizens through good financial management standards. The combined financial statements for the provincial departments are showing stagnation in the audit outcome as they've been qualified for more than 5 years. It should be noted that even though the Department of Health has been qualified on the contingent liabilities, the basis for the qualified opinion of the combined financial statement is the Department of Education for not appropriately accounting for immovable and tangible capital assets in accordance with the modified accounting standards. Immovable tangible capital assets were not valued correctly due to the incorrect application of their methodology for measuring assets at fair value. Honorable Deputy Speaker, Provincial Treasury continues to provide intensive support to these qualified departments in order to turn around the audit outcomes for the 2024-25 financial year. Excuse me. We congratulate the Department of Transport for improving from a qualification to an unqualified audit opinion after many years of struggling with scholar transport audit findings. There are, however, areas that still require a focus to ensure that this improvement is sustained. While the Provincial Legislature, the Office of the Premier, and the Department of Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture remain unqualified, they, however, regressed from the clean audit opinion due to material compliance findings. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we are pleased to inform you that the 2023-24 combined financial statements for the public entities received an unqualified opinion. Now, this is due to an improvement for the Eastern Cape Provincial Arts and Culture Council, ECPAC, which achieved a clean audit. Maibuye Transport Corporation, which worked tirelessly to achieve an unqualified audit opinion, and the strides taken by the Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency, ECRDA, which moved from a disclaimer in 2022-23 to a qualified opinion in 2023-24. Now, Provincial Treasury will continue to provide the required support, including monitoring of the implementation of the ECRDA audit improvement plan towards improvement to an unqualified opinion in the next audit period. The provincial plan is for all departments to be unqualified and for the departments of social development, human settlements, public works and infrastructure, and ECDC, which have consistently maintained stability in unqualified opinion for more than 3 years, to move to clean audits. So I am hopeful that the 3 departments can do that. And as Treasurer, we will try and assist them to move, because they've maintained that for more than 3 years, which indicates that there is a potential for them to get into clean audits. Of particular note are the risks that still exist across departments and entities, where systems of internal controls are still not at the desired levels of maturity, while changes in accounting reforms pose emerging risks. Treasury, working with the accounting officers or accounting authorities and the chief financial officers, will have to work hard in mitigating these risks, including the clearing of irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure balances. In closing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I must therefore congratulate my colleagues on the improvements and also acknowledge the strides made at various quarters of the province towards the same goal. In particular, I must thank the esteemed members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts and the Auditor General for keeping us on our toes on the issues of improving the audit opinions. Honorable Speaker, I hereby table the combined financial statements for the 2023-24 financial year as required by Section 19(3) of the PFMA. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. The statement stands referred to the Standing Committee on Budget and Money Bills in terms of Rule 160, subsection 1. I will now ask the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Educational School Visits around the province.
Thank you, Sec. Honorable members, I've been made aware that the Multi-Party Whips Committee set and took the following resolution, or took the following decisions, which one being that the time for consideration of our reports for these plenaries has been reduced from 105 minutes to 73 minutes per report. Each chairperson has been allocated 10 minutes to table their reports, and the members of the Executive Council each 10 minutes to respond to the debate. The time allocated for questions of clarity to the committee and or the members of the Executive Council is 15 minutes each. The time of the three bigger parties, which is the African National Congress, the Democratic Alliance, as well as the EFF, has been reduced as indicated on the speaker's list. Thank you. I now call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on the Education to present the committee's report. I allocate 10 minutes to you, and it starts now.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, whilst he is moving out, members of Executive Council, honorable members, esteemed guests, our support staff. Report on the Portfolio Committee on Education on follow-up visits to schools dated 16 October 2024. Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the interest of time and due to the fact that the report is quite lengthy, I will not read the report sentence by sentence or word by word, but I can assure the House our report, our summary, will capture the essence of the whole report, and furthermore, we infer and present it as read. Honorable Deputy Speaker, out of 116 schools from 14 districts throughout the province, we paid a visit to each and every district in Alfredo East, Alfredo West, Amatole East, Amatole West, BCM East London, CMC, BCM King Lemstown, Chrisani East, Chrisani West, Joe Gabi, Maletswai, Joe Gabi, Elundini, Nelson Mandela, Metro Schools, Nelson Mandela Bay, Karieha, CMC, OR Tambo Inland, OR Tambo, Coastal, Sarapatman, Humansdorp, CMC, Sarapatman, Makana, CMC. I'll go straight to our general findings, Honorable Deputy Speaker. There is a noticeable relationship between social ills and school dropouts. Finding 2, departmental intervention, which is aimed at improving academic performance, tend to focus on senior grades and completely neglecting lower grades, and that has a potential of creating foundational gaps. Finding 3, the infrastructure in some schools is very old and dilapidated and not conducive to teaching and learning. Finding 4, There is massive shortage of classroom in some schools, which resulted in overcrowding of classes. Finding 5, there is still shortage of furniture for educators in some schools. Finding 6, there are schools that are still faced with improper kitchen facilities. Finding 7, there is a general shortage of ablution facilities, leading to sharing of ablution facilities and learners having to relieve themselves in bushes, and this is against the Constitution. Finding 8, learners are faced with societal challenges like substance abuse, crime, pregnancy, and some learners having families that disturb them psychologically and affect the learning process. Finding 9, there are still schools which do not have proper fencing, and as such, those schools are exposed to burglary, vandalism, and unsafety to educators, and some are robbed in the school premises. Finding 10, in many rural schools, in some rural schools, there is still a challenge of network connectivity, which resulted to gadgets and educators' laptops not used. Finding 11, there are still learners who do not benefit from scholar transport, who had to travel long distances to schools, which is against the policy of the Department of Education. Finding 12, in deep rural areas, roads leading to schools are still inaccessible, which resulted in learners and educators finding difficult to get to school. Finding 13, there is still a shortage of non-teaching staff in some schools. Finding 14, service providers continue to deliver inadequate stationery, which is also not good quality to some schools. But by and large, 100% delivery, we commend that because it's commendable. Finding 14, there are still contractors which have abandoned sites due to non-payment by the department. Finding 16, there are matters that were cross-cutting, that were supposed to be dealt with in IGR, matters like bed rows, crime, use of drugs, and teenage pregnancy. Finding 17, there is still lack of bridges in some districts due to floods, and this resulted to learners and educators not finding difficult to reach their schools. Finding 18, there is still a shortage of circuit managers and EDOs in some districts. Finding 19, majority of managers in some districts are on acting capacity and have negative impact on the performance of some districts. And remember, this was in July. So there are some changes in the department now. Getting to recommendations. Recommendation 1, the department must prioritize placement of social workers at schools. Recommendation 2, the department must ensure that its intervention to improve academic performance benefit all grades to avoid foundational gaps. Recommendation 3, the department must provide a committee with a plan that is meant to ensure that schools are provided with temporary structures in the meantime. Recommendation 4, the department must ensure that schools are provided with mobile classrooms while waiting for proper schools to be built. Recommendation 5, the department must ensure that furniture for educators is provided in the first quarter of the next financial year. Recommendation 6, the department must ensure that all schools are provided with proper kitchen facilities that are conducive for preparing food. Recommendation 7, the department must ensure that it provides ablution facilities to schools with immediate effect. The department must consider closing all schools where it is not possible to provide proper ablution. 8, the department, working closely with the Department of Social Development, Department of Health and South African Police must find mechanism to deal with, amongst other things, learner pregnancy, drug abuse, child-headed families, and safety at schools. 9, all schools must be provided with proper fencing, which will ensure for safety of educators and learners, and also guard against the property of the government from being vandalized. 10, the department must work with municipalities to ensure that schools are provided with all available network pools, and must also liaise with the Premier's office to speed up broadband connectivity. Recommendation 11, the department must ensure that all scholar transport beneficiaries are transported, as no learner is supposed to travel long distances to school. Recommendation 12, the department, working closely with the Department of Public Works and municipalities, must assist with regard to bad roads leading to school. Recommendation 13, the department must also ensure all schools are provided with non-teaching staff, as norms and standards for such are now finalized. Recommendation 14, the department must ensure that stringent measures are taken against service providers who do not deliver according to the specification of the department. Recommendation 15, this matter must be resolved, and if there are any monies that are due to service providers, the monies must be paid with immediate effect within 30 days. The department must also ensure that IGR is strengthened such that there are senior officials who are able to take decisions on the spot. Recommendation 17, the department, working closely with its sister departments, must assist in building of bridges leading to schools.
You have 2 minutes, Honorable Member.
Recommendation 18, the department must ensure the circuit managers and EDOs are employed within the specified period so that they can start in the next academic financial year. 19, the department must also ensure that all vacant funded posts are filled in the first quarter of the next financial year. Deputy Honorable Speaker, we want to thank the department, officials of the MEC, officials of the department for their cooperation. We thank the honorable members who are out there on their oversight duties. We thank our support staff. Honorable Deputy Speaker, we duly submit this report to this House for adoption. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, before we proceed, let's once again thank the guests of the MEC, also the interns for attending the sitting. We hope that you have learned something after seeing how we handle our business. You may now take leave and enjoy refreshments. Our team will assist you with leading you where the refreshments are. Once again, we thank you very much. Are there any clarity-seeking questions to the committee? Honorable Kasim.
Thank you very much. Honorable Deputy Speaker, through you to the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Education, my question is that when we embarked on the school visits, of course, we were confronted with the infrastructure backlog that exists in our province. Did the committee investigate why in certain neighboring provinces that are not allowed to name, because I'll get into trouble, they are able to build a school in the Rapid School Build program in 71 days, but in the Eastern Cape, we have not been able to do the same. It can take 8 years sometimes, like in Jubilee Park or David Livingstone. Was that investigated by the committee, and is that something that the committee would consider investigating going forward? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Kasim. Honorable Saziwa. Okay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm not rising to ask a question of clarity, just to bring to the attention of the House that there was typo in the statement that says there are 14 districts, it's 12. Two, I want to encourage all of us to be familiar with the new gazetted names of our towns. For instance, in page 313, Buffalo City Metro District, instead of Kong, is King Williamstown. Again, page 314, Nelson Mandela, Uitenhage, CMC, is Kariega. Again, 315, Sarah Batman, Grahamstown, is Makanda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbonyana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Mine, Chair, is on finding 7 on the general findings and recommendations, Chair, as well as the recommendation. I want to check, Chair, with the committee as to whether I have captured them correctly, Chair, when they say they recommend the closure of the schools on the basis of absence of ablution facilities. Secondly, Chair, my second part of my question, Chair, I want to check with the committee as to whether they have considered the cost implication in relation to scholar transport, Chair, of which it is a crisis already in the Eastern Cape. Lastly, Chair, I also want to check, Chair, as to whether they have considered that we have invested already in issues around infrastructure, because I believe that there are classrooms already and other facilities in those schools. So I just want to check, Chair, whether is it correct that we close schools on the basis that there are no ablution facilities, Chair. Thank you very much.
Honorable Sondaba, you only have 1 minute to respond. I think the clarity-seeking questions took the whole 4 minutes, so you only have 1 minute.
The department here is not retrenching teachers. We cannot compare that because there's a huge backlog here. We cannot have that a luxury of building school within 75 days. I think we'll correct Honorable Saziwa. I was thinking about Honorable Makwel, why she was presenting, because some of the names, we take note of that and we'll correct that. Secondly, Honorable Mbonyana, the department must ensure that it provides appropriate facilities to schools with immediate effect. The department must consider closing all schools where it is not possible to provide proper appropriate facilities, as this might lead to litigations. There's a hazard if you expose learners to that situation. So what we are trying to say is that in the meantime, intervention must be made so that until such time, there are proper appropriation facilities. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sondaba. I think it's important, honorable members, that we remind you that you do not have to come and sit here after presenting. You can remain in your seats so that you you are able to respond kakuhle. Thank you very much. Are there any clarity seeking questions directed to the MEC? You just entered now. Okay, you can come.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yes, my question was with regards to General Recommendation 7. The department must ensure that it provides ablution facilities to school with immediate effect. So I'm aware that the SAFE program is still being rolled out, but I think the last stat that we had was that 427 schools and about 113,000 learners are still using pit latrines. If I could just get a clarity on the progress of that SAFE initiative in terms of Recommendation 7. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Knudsen. Over to you, Honourable MEC. Oh, okay. Yes.
Just a quick one, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Again, we've picked up in the report issues around centralization of procurement. It's one of the issues we've had with the Bella Act as well, the forced centralization of procurement. I'd like just to get the MEC's view with respect to centralization of procurement versus decentralization of procurement for LTSM in schools.
Okay. Over to you, MEC.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the honourable members. Good afternoon to the Premier and also the members from the gallery. Let's start from below, Deputy Speaker. On the issue of the centralization, centralization is a policy in the DBE, especially on bigger cross-cutting contracts, for 3 reasons. One is to ensure that you maximize the scale for buying, and so that you can maximize the economic scales for buying. 2 is for the control measures, because you are not just buying for the sake of buying, but also a monitoring instrument to make sure that scientifically what you bought is what is needed, and what is needed is what is consumed. So there are those areas that in most cases influence the centralization process of procurement, in particular on the issue relating to bigger contracts. For example, if you talk LTSM, for example, in the province, we have been there decentralizing them in the past, and having government to pay bills that schools have created. Because remember, schools are not jurisdictional in terms of law. Whenever they mess up with any form of payment, it will have to come back to the sector itself, to the department itself. So we have got a very bad experience on the decentralization model. If you take you back in terms of the 15 years back when we were centralizing the learner support material in particular. On the issue of the ablution facility, Deputy Speaker, we have been given 1,500 in 2019. We have dealt with, we are only left now with 238. And also DBE is also in the space. According to the targets of the sector, we are supposed to have completed them by April, that 238. Yes, of course, it was out of the intervention that has been made by the DBE on the basis of constraints from a fiscal point of view. Hence, then the then minister took a decision to allocate a grant for the ablution facility across all provinces. Out of the 6,000 schools in the country that were in dire need of that intervention, our share was 1,500.
others were in other provinces. So we are banking, Deputy Speaker, that at least before the end of this financial year, we would have dealt with this issue of the abolition facility. But equally, as just a second Speaker, when you deal with demand schools, dilapidated infrastructure from the former homeland system, you could see that you needed a dual approach on that one. Because as you hand over a new school today, there is a dilapidated school on the off-ramp, which is not a mud school in terms of the budget allocation. So that's why we developed a dual approach to respond on the two extreme positions that needed to be dealt with, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable MSc. We'll now be moving to debates, and I will now call upon the DA, Honorable Hendricks. Honorable Hendricks, you have 9 minutes, and your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I promise I won't be making any comparisons between apples and bananas, because by now South Africa knows who's the apples and who's the bananas. The Eastern Cape, let me just greet the Honorable Premier in absentia, members of the Executive, the House at large and the public at large. The Eastern Cape, one of South Africa's most impoverished and historically disadvantaged provinces, is facing a dire crisis in terms of school infrastructure. While the need for urgent intervention in the educational sector is widely recognized, the Eastern Cape Department of Education has been slow to respond, and its financial commitments do not reflect the true crisis. It is undeniable, Chairperson, and it is an undeniable truth that the quality of a child's education cannot be divorced from the learning environment in which he grows. Infrastructure, or the lack thereof, plays a crucial role in shaping the education and experience of our learners. And nowhere is it more evident than in the ongoing struggles in poor schools and poor rural schools in the Eastern Cape. Despite a staggering 82 billion rand infrastructure backlog, the current financial allocations and plans of the Eastern Cape Education Department are not only insufficient, but it is even indicative of a serious disconnect between the rhetoric of redress and the reality of our financial action. The disparaging state of our infrastructure in the Eastern Cape schools is appalling. Buildings are dilapidated and unsafe, and classrooms lack the most basic amenities. To be unfamiliar with the state of infrastructure in our schools when we've been there would not only be disingenuous, but further express our deep-seated disillusionment from the lived experience of our young learners in the Eastern Cape. I will not go into the specifics of the oversight report, Chairperson, but one of the most glaring issues is that the budget allocation relative to the size of the 82 billion rand backlog falls woefully short, and it remains minimal. And I want to illustrate by speaking on this, Honorable MEC. Our current budget is standing at just over 42 billion rand. 38 billion rand comes from equitable share, and 4 billion rand comes from grants, conditional grants. After 38 billion rand, Honorable MEC, nothing goes to infrastructure. The only money that is dedicated to infrastructure is the 4 billion rand in conditional grants. Not even half of that 4 billion rand is allocated to infrastructure. With respect to the education infrastructure grant, only 1.8 billion is dedicated to infrastructure. We started here at 42 billion. We are now at 1.8 billion. Of the 1.8 billion rand, Less than half has already been spent at half year, so just over 900 million. My deep-seated worry, Chair, is that after just over 900 million, of the 1.8 billion, a portion of that goes to engineers, goes to consultants, goes to salaries. What is actually going to repairs, maintenance, and refurbishment of dilapidated schools? When you start at a 42 billion rand budget and you end up with a few 100 million, Chair, that's ridiculous. And I'm very worried that this annual backlog of 82 billion rand is a growing backlog. It begs the question, Honourable MEC. Clearly, this is an exponentially growing backlog year on year. Where are we going to end up by 2029 when these people need to go and vote? Are we going to end up at 100 billion rand backlog? Because it's going the wrong way. I cannot bring the success of an almost 82% matric pass rate, I cannot bring that in line with an 82 billion rand backlog. How is that possible? The only way I can see that is possible is if you reduce drastically the passing requirements, because the schools are falling apart, but yet we are targeting an 85% pass rate. Chair, I'm wondering if the MEC is going to keep on striving towards 100% commendable pass rate, but is he at the same time aiming for 100 billion rand backlog? The financial mismanagement and the gross dereliction of duty and the failure to prioritize the critical infrastructure needs that are essential for our province educational future. Within these financial inadequacies lies the body of Langalamviki, lies the body of Unatebo Mboteni. In those financial inadequacies lies two kids who fell into a pit latrine. And I said I will never stop mentioning their names when I stand here. Honourable Chairperson, without proper classrooms, toilets and libraries and other essential facilities, the learning environment cannot foster the academic excellence required to propel this province forward and out of poverty. The lack of proper ablution facilities is another painful reality. Pit latrines were banned through the minimum norms and standards for school infrastructure, and I think that was back in 2014, and as well as the Safe Schools initiative. And yet the sight of learners having to go to the bushes to relieve themselves is a very deplorable reality. This is an affront to their dignity and violates the basic rights granted to them under Section 10 of the Constitution. It is unconscionable that our learners are still exposed to such risk in the 21st century. When solutions are available and the resources to address these crises have been allocated, the National Sanitation Policy of 2016 is a good policy and it exists. What is absent is the follow-through. The Eastern Cape Department of Education's failure to address the appalling state of our school infrastructure, particularly neglected and unsafe ablution facilities, is not only a disgrace and a direct enabler of school-related gender-based violence. These abhorrent conditions create a breeding ground for perpetrators to exploit the vulnerability of our learners.
3 minutes left, Honourable.
By negating the remedy of providing safe, secure and functional facilities, the Education Department is complicit in facilitating this violence. 25 November marks the first day of the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence. Our schools, unfortunately, are not immune to this epidemic. Because you see, Chair, schoolyards are just a micro-environment of the communities that they are in. Young girls and boys are not only vulnerable to violence in their homes and communities, but further face significant threats within the school environments that they find themselves. The department's inaction is not merely neglect, it is blatant disregard for the safety and dignity of our learners. Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, the department needs to take a stand when it comes to infrastructure and this backlog. It is not enough to have policies. We must ensure that these policies are implemented effectively and that they lead to real changes on the ground. 85% matric pass rate is commendable. But Honorable MEC, your schools are falling apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call upon the EFF, Honorable Njoli. You have 5 minutes, Honorable Njoli, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the 8th Battalion led by Honorable Mlokoti. Greetings to you, Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, Ostrumbane guests in the gallery. Oh, no guests. Honorable Speaker, this report lays bare the many failures of the provincial government in fulfilling its constitutional obligation to provide quality education to the children of the Eastern Cape. It exposes a system that perpetuates inequality, denies access to opportunities, and ultimately fails the most vulnerable members of our society. The Early Childhood Development Program, which should be the foundation of quality education, is collapsing. Teachers lack proper training, and the curriculum does not accommodate children from diverse socio-economic, cultural backgrounds. These deficiencies are worsened by the state's lousy 17 daily subsidy per child, which is wholly inadequate to provide their developmental needs. Additionally, the infrastructure for ECDC centers is either non-existent or hazardous, placing children and educators in unsafe conditions. Deputy Speaker, the quality of education in this province is further compromised by the shortage of qualified teachers, unfilled vacancies in management positions, and inadequacy of resources such as desks, chairs, and textbooks. Learners are subjected to an education system that cannot cater to their individual needs, particularly those with disabilities or learning challenges. Feeding schemes meant to ensure that no child goes hungry at school have become a source of concern. Instances of expired and substandard food being served to learners are just failures of oversight, but also betrayal of public trust. Poor nutrition affects cognitive and physical development, leaving learners at a disadvantage. One of the most glaring issues is the scholar transport crisis. No less than 30,000 deserving learners are excluded from transport programs. These children walk excessive distance, often through dangerous terrain, just to access the basic right to education. This is not only a logistical failure, but a moral one, and it highlights the lack of prioritization of children in rural areas and underdeveloped areas. The infrastructure challenges in our schools are nothing short of an indictment. Pit latrines remain a death trap for learners. Unsafe buildings pose constant threats, and disaster-hit schools remain unrepaired for years. Oversight visits have revealed overcrowded classrooms, ridiculous teacher-learner ratio with one teacher forced to teach over 240 learners in some instances. This is a far cry from the dignified learning environment envisioned in our Constitution. Schools and boarding houses accommodating school children, amagxamesi, are increasingly targeted by criminals with frequent incidents of burglaries and sexual violence. In some cases, perpetrators use unconventional methods such as cutting holes in walls to gain entry. This not only disrupts education, but also creates unsafe environment for learners and educators. Honorable Speaker, the challenges are many, but what is most disheartening is the lack of urgency and accountability in addressing them. Children in this province are paying the price for systemic inefficiency, poor planning, and lack of political will to prioritize education. We trust that the recommendations outlined in this report will be implemented with the seriousness they deserve. As the EFF, we will monitor the progress closely. Where there are failures, we will hold this department accountable and ensure that consequences are enforced for those responsible for non-performance. The children of this province deserve better. Let this report not be another document that gathers dust, but a call to action to transform education in the Eastern Cape. Okokugqibela, besicela abazali bathatha uxanduva lokuqeqesha abantwana babo bangayekeli kootishala ingakumbi aba basuka entabeni basesesikolweni. Enkosi.
Thank you. I now call upon Honorable Zinti. Honorable Zinti, you have 3 minutes, and it starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. As UDM was part of school visits, we commend the active participation of various stakeholders in these visits, and that is a clear sign that education is everyone's responsibility. There are strides and improvement on pit toilets, although it is very slow. We appreciate that. However, after 30 years of democracy, infrastructure is still a challenge in our province, especially classrooms where teaching and learning takes place. Schools such as Gwebityala Senior Secondary and Mqaka SPS in Eliodale, where you will find more than 60 learners in one class because of shortage of classrooms. Ezizikolo ke zathi zathenjiswa ngemali engaphezulu kwe-1 million ukongeza amagumbi okufunda nokufundela. There are 9,300 matric students in Eastern Cape who never pass a grade. These learners have been beneficiaries of the department's progression policy. Although we commend the department's intervention in the improvement of academic performance, the above number of students clearly shows that there is a need to focus also in lower phases or grades so as to close the foundational gaps. Ukungaqeshwa kwabafundisi ntsapho yenye yezinto edlala indima enkulu kumba wokungabi naziphumo ezihle kwizikolo zethu. Asiyazi siqala kweliphondo naleya babantu kwelisebe abasoloko bebambele kwizithuba eziphezulu ngokungathi babambele amachangane bengaqeshwa ngokusisigxina. It is very sad to receive a report that 2,334 learners are not being transported this year in Alfred Nzo, although they qualify for scholar transport. Same applies in Amatole, where 8 learners have dropped out of school at Gwebityala Senior Secondary School in Eliodale. We as UDM hope that Honorable MEC Mvogo and Honorable MEC Ngata have taken this into consideration. Siyayibukela ke naleyes district offices ezinga operating ngendlela eyiyo. Ingcobo apho kusoloko kungekho network, kusoloko kungekho manzi, abasebenzi bephuma ngexesha ekungelilo lokuphuma emsebenzini. Siyi UDM siyayamkela ireport. Enkosi.
Thank you. I'll now call upon the Patriotic Alliance, Honorable Rams. You only have 3 minutes, and it starts now.
Greetings to the Honorable Acting Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Honorable MECs, Honorable members and the community at large. I'd like to thank the WIPRI who met and did not cut on our mere 3 minutes allocated. Thank you very much. This report highlights significant challenges within the Eastern Cape education system following school visits conducted. The findings reveal a complex interplay of infrastructural deficiencies, social issues, and systemic shortcomings impacting teaching and learning. The key problem areas are as follows: infrastructure. Widespread issues include dilapidated buildings, classroom shortages, inadequate kitchen facilities, lack of ablution facilities, which is a violation of Section 10 of the Constitution, and insufficient fencing leading to security concerns. Poor road conditions and lack of bridges in flood-prone areas further limit access to schools. Social issues. A strong correlation exists between social ills such as substance abuse, crime, teenage pregnancy, learners heading households, and school dropouts. These social challenges negatively impact learners' psychological well-being and academic performance. Systemic shortcomings. There is a lack of focus on foundational grades in academic improvement initiatives, a shortage of non-teaching staff, inadequate stationery supplies, abandoned construction sites due to non-payment, and a lack of intergovernmental coordination on cross-cutting issues like crime and teenage pregnancies. Furthermore, there are shortages of circuit managers and EDOs, with many in acting capacities negatively impacting district performances. The report calls for a multi-pronged approach. Prioritize placing social workers in schools to support learners facing social challenges. Develop and implement a plan to address infrastructure deficits, including providing temporary structures, mobile classrooms to elevate overcrowding. Prioritize the provision of proper kitchens and ablution facilities. We must ensure that interventions to improve academic performance encompasses all grade levels to avoid creating foundational gaps. Ensure timely payments to contractors and demand improved quality from service providers. Address the shortage of non-teaching staff. Improve coordination among government departments to tackle cross-cutting issues, address the shortage of circuit managers and EDOs, and reduce the reliance on acting positions. Improve roads across the schools. Road access to schools, The report paints a concerning picture of the state of the education in our province, but not one that cannot be remedied. Addressing these issues and effectiveness of the recommendations requires significant and sustained commitment from the Department of Education involving financial investment, improved planning and implementation, detailed action plans with clear timelines, effective progressive monitoring, and strengthened collaboration with other government departments and stakeholders. It is said that a better education equals a better nation. Let's work together towards building exactly that, a better province and ultimately a better nation. I thank you. Salute.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable May.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes. And it
Thank you,
starts now.
Deputy Chair. I've seen the positive as well as the negative side of schools in the Eastern Cape. The headmaster of a school in Kala is an example of excellence. She fought for a new school for nearly 9 years. The new school opened in 2022. What you see is an example for the rest of the headmasters, not only in the Eastern Cape, but for the rest of South Africa. Well-dressed and disciplined children in a clean environment. Toe sy nie 'n container gehad het om hulle te voed nie, het sy gegaan na die privaat sektor, sy het hom gekry en sy gee vir die kinders ontbyt sowel as middagete. That's what we need in South Africa. A person with a vision and mission for her or his school. But you can't do it without the help of the Department of Education and Public Works. Daar is baie goeie onderwysers en onderwyseresse in Suid-Afrika, maar as gevolg van die omstandighede by die skole kan hulle nie uitstyg nie, want hulle kry te min hulp van die departemente. So 'n skool is Willankloof Senior Secondary School near jou Bettina at Misgin. After school visits, I was invited by the parents. The Langkloof Senior Secondary School near your Bettina at Misgin, it was a well-functioning primary school. Then there was a need for a secondary school in 2022. A building site for a new school was identified in Louterwater, but was never built. En toe verander hulle dit sommer van 'n laerskool na 'n sekondêre skool ook. As a result of the educator shortage, the school has been on a rotation system from 2022, a rotation system. In April 2024, one educator resigned due to the overloaded workload. 6 teachers, 404 learners with 7 subjects. All teachers teach 100% of the time, and then it is still on rotation of grade 12 attending daily school and 10 and 11 every second day. For the learners who are currently in their final phase of school education, the current physical school environment could lead to feelings of negatively about schoolwork-related tasks coupled with emotional exhaustion and poor performance. This phase should actually be an invitation to further their studies and not impasse on learning. Daar is te min toilets, slegs 5 toilets. Die water is nie voldoende nie. Dit hou 'n gesondheidsgevaar in. Maar Die belangrikste van alles is, die departement het nie aandag gegee aan daardie skool nie. Ek het agterna gepraat met persone van die omgewing, en ek dink regtig, die Vryheidsfront versoek die MEC om tog aandag te gee, want ek dink dis dringend noodsaaklik, laat ons nie kinders toelaat om slegs elke tweede dag skool toe te gaan nie. Ons moet onthou, die toekoms van hierdie land is in die hande van die jeug. Ons moet kyk dat hulle goeie opleiding kry. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Thank you. Thank you. I'll now call upon the ANC. Honorable Tebekana, you have 4 minutes, 14 minutes, sorry, and it starts now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Chief Whip of the Majority Party in absentia, Honorable Speaker and his executive, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, Honorable Premier in absentia and his Executive Council, HODs and the top officials, various departments, comrades and compatriots, allow me to extend my greetings to all members present as I collectively strive to fulfill our duties in fulfilling our duties to the people that we are serving. It was with great respect that I rise today in engaging in this critical debate on behalf of the African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, lest we forget where we come from under the apartheid regime. Access to basic education, access to distant dreamt of the majority, for the majority of our people, particularly the Black South Africans, were subjected to dilapidated classrooms, unsafe environments, and inadequate sanitation. It was a legacy of deliberate neglect meant to undermine their potential. However, the ANC government has been steadfast on reversing this legacy in ensuring that schools are not just a place of learning, but are equipped with facilities that inspire hope, restore dignity for our people. Honorable Speaker, during our school visit, it became very clear that significant challenges such as high staff vacancy rates and inadequate infrastructure continue to impede the effective functionings of schools. In response to that, the ANC-led government has embarked on a noteworthy initiative to address these issues. Since the start of this financial year, as we all know that Rome was never built in one day, Comrade Kasim. As part of our comprehensive back-to-school campaign, newly construction schools have been officially handed over across the province. This ambitious program aims to deliver approximately 10 new schools before the end of the financial year. It symbolizes a concerted effort to redressing the imbalances of the past. Beyond merely providing facilities, these projects contributed to the socio-economic upliftment for our communities. They foster hope for the hopeless and brought opportunities to our civil societies. School visits, Honorable Speaker, the school visits therefore should not be a superficial box-ticking exercise, but rather a transformative political mission aimed at dismantling the lingering legacy of the apartheid regime. These visits are pivotal in shaping our unified and democratic education system. They are beginning to yield tangible results. Resolutions adopted during these engagements continue to address persistent challenges, underscoring the values in driving the systematic change. Honorable Deputy Speaker, during these efforts, it is crucial to focus on revitalizing boarding schools, particularly in rural areas. This approach would not only enhance access to basic education, but also address the persistent challenges associated with scholar transport. Deputy Speaker, we urge the Department of Transport to expedite the automation of schools transport, as we believe that this will significantly reduce the program's ongoing challenges. Honorable Speaker, access to clean water and proper sanitation remains a pressing challenge, particularly in rural areas, where these issues pose significant health risk to the children. Addressing these intertwined challenges, the Sanitation Appropriate for Education, abbreviated as SAFE program, in collaboration with Government Accelerated Program Infrastructure Delivery, not only has it achieved a remarkable progress. Together, they have constructively over 55,000 suitable toilets, utilizing resources from both the public and private sector. Deputy Speaker, in the province, the SAFE program has been instrumental in the delivering of 1,451 infrastructure projects since its inception. Amongst these, 849 projects have been completed, 319 are currently under construction, and 206 are in the tendering process, and 194 are in the planning phase. Deputy Speaker, beyond sanitation, the program has also extended its focus to school security, completing fencing project that ensures a safer learning environment for our students. The report has revealed that vandalism within schools remains a pervasive issue that disrupts education and compromises the safety of our learners. In response, the ANC-led government has prioritized the implementation of security fencing measures as a key strategy in safeguarding the educational institution. In the 2023-2024 financial year, plans are underway to fortify 203 schools with security fencing. To date, over 120 schools have been successfully fenced, whilst additionally projects currently under construction. These efforts complement previous initiatives which have seen many schools across the province forfeit against security threats. Honorable Speaker, as we embark on school visit, most schools are fenced, with a high-quality security fencing. This multi-faced approach underscores the ANC government's unwavering commitment in ensuring safety, health, and well-being of our learners as well as our educators. By addressing sanitation challenges and enhancing security in schools, these initiatives lay a strong foundation in an environment where education can prosper and children can achieve their full potential in a secure and supportive settings. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, the frequency of the social ills in schools emphasizes urgency for educational systems for fostering moral values and principles. By delivering water, sanitation, fencing, classrooms, and modern facilities, we are not just building schools, we are building a brighter future for our learners with a possible brighter future full of possibilities. As opposed to our fellow banana members on my left-hand side that are quick to point fingers but slow to offer tangible solutions, and taking left, right, and middle. But like chihuahuas, the ANC has a clear actionable plan in addressing these issues. I'm sure the fighters are agreeing with me when I say, no, we are moving, Siyakuba, African National Congress. Honorable Speaker, in addressing our social ills, the African National Congress government is collaborating with the Department of Social Development, Department of Health, as well as SAPS in tackling substance issues, teenage pregnancy, and challenges faced by child-headed homes. These are societal problems that cannot be solved by education policy alone, but require the whole government's approach. Nevertheless, the ANC-led government has introduced a program like Girl Child Guides, Boy Scouts, March and Drill, as part of our moral regeneration programs, aiming at molding our young boys and girls to be highly principled individuals. Deputy Speaker, I speak without fear or favor that the ANC is committed to turning challenges into opportunities, obstacles into stepping stones, and promises into actions, while my fellows opposition on my left hands, they whine and waffle, bark like chihuahuas. The list is endless. That's you. The ANC is working tirelessly in building an inclusive education system that leaves no child behind. Ifana nale umdu raise a financial issue, that's not a problem. But linking it with an achievement of 82%, that's lack of substance. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, allow me to close this powerful quote from Pierre Lumumba Nditi. I quote, "The impact of colonization affected all our lives. It affected our spiritual lives, it affected our mentality, it affected our education system, it affected our agriculture, it affected our economy, it affected us. It changed us. It totally changed us, who we truly are." And I close the quote in saying that, "Sisalungisana nokukhohlakala nokukubola kwenu." I second and I support this annual report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I now call upon the MEC, Honorable Gade. You have 10 minutes, Honorable Gade, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to Premier-in-Ex and the ex-co members, the chairperson of the committee and the committee members, the entire House, members from the gallery, DG, and also other provincial government officials that are here. No, I think the latter speaker from the ANC have covered the clarity on the progress report. Mine is just to bring the House into strategic issues so that we don't fail the people of the province. Colleagues, the system of education that we have, at least to our lawmakers, continues to present a structured systemic pandemic. As we stand here and discuss modalities, there are fundamental questions that this House must be able to answer. For example, Chair, in this country currently, if you talk basic education, you will see that the streams of learners that comes to the system between grade R and grade 8 are predominantly women. But post grade 8 changes are males. And it's this House that must begin to look into the causal factors of that. Not just count numbers. Why are the boy child leaving schooling system after grade 8? And what are the implications of that? Both in terms of the social cohesion and the national development plan that has been presented before the people of this country. That's one. The second aspect, Chair, that I just wanted to bring the honorable members into, the policy on the infrastructure management in this country says, Hendricks, 40% of the allocated budget, whether grant or equitable share, 60% must go to the maintenance of the already existing structures, and 40% must go to the new established structures. Now, in an underdeveloped area like ours, you will have to think twice in implementing such structured, putative kind of an arrangement, because absolutely there is nothing to maintain, by the way. Much structures are not maintained. You need to rebuild from scratch. So I'm saying, when you talk about how do we escalate the issue of dealing with the dilapidated infrastructure that some provinces have in the country, you must first deal with this clause. How do you turn things around? Appreciate that it may misrepresent the reality in some 5 provinces that you have in the country. The third aspect, colleagues, coming closer to you, Hendricks, once more again. There is a difference between governance and management in general, and there is a difference between infrastructure management portfolio. As long as you preside over, as long as you provide a solution as an infrastructure for a deficit of general governance. For example, if you talk about overcrowding of schools, just a 1 minute lecture, Deputy Speaker. When you see a school that is overcrowded, just look around. Are there no schools around that are as a result of this? Are there no schools that are as a result of that? It will take you to understand that infrastructure providing temporal structures for a failing governance in general of schools is not a solution, but rather a wastage of the public purse. How do you encourage buying temporal structures that are 800,000 rands, equally to a build of a new structure that is equal to 800,000 rands? So you need to look into those things. Hence I'm saying, when you see an overcrowding, you must understand that there is a school that is underperforming elsewhere. Trace these overcrowding kids. Where are you coming from? Which village are you coming from? Is there no school there? Why are you leaving that school to this one? And then you will have a holistic answer to some of those challenges, colleagues. So I just wanted to clarify that, so that we don't, in cycles, engage in a problem that is going to make us unable to pull ourselves out of the mess that we find ourselves after 1994, because the Speaker has actually clarified you on that one. In terms of the infrastructure as well, colleagues, we were given 1,500 by the then minister. And the then minister focused on KZN, Eastern Cape, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, out of that 6,000 schools that needed a revamp of the pit latrines and the ablution facility. Out of that 6,000, we had our own 1,500. And I can assure you, come the end of the financial year, that 1,500 is going to be closed up, by the way. There is no issue on that. But the issue is what you have said here in passing, that when you don't have a maintenance plan on infrastructure, you will be found wanting. Because you are going to issue a new school today, but tomorrow there is a dilapidated school on the next door. So you need a balancing act on how to deal with the absence of the infrastructure as equally how to deal with the already dilapidated infrastructure, so that you have got a balancing act on that. And hence I'm saying, at least we are coming closer on that one. The backlog of 80,000 billion, I mean the backlog of 80 billion rands. Colleagues, let's have a proper research. Look at the causal factors of that backlog. In one village, you have got 3 dysfunctional schools, MEC Williams. One village. 3 dysfunctional schools. Now you have to choose between maintaining these 3 dysfunctional schools that are a cancer to the kids, or you clear up that mess, so that you are left with one school there that is supposed to provide quality education for those kids. Precisely because our finance policies talks to the people and the demand thereof. So once you allow small unviable schools in the system, you run a risk of a system that is not going to give you the guaranteed quality of the results that you want. Hence I'm saying, at a particular stage in this house, even if we are not there as individuals, but we'll have to discuss that. What is the meaning of 100% pass rate in a crisis of poverty outside there? Is there any relationship between what is being taught in the classroom and the crisis outside there? And unfortunately, the triple crisis that we're talking about will be resolved here on the provisioning of skills, because this is a skills center. Education is a center for the production of skills and knowledge. So if we talk about how to make interventions so that we stabilize the societies, you need a schooling system that is balanced from skills, balanced in terms of knowledge, a bit of an intelligence, understanding what is going to be a crisis in the next coming 15 years to come, and not address the immediate ones only.
2 minutes left.
Just to cite an example for you. For example, we have got one of the nations here, honorable member, honorable chairperson, Sondab. He always raises this thing. I'm not sure whether you hear him very properly. A best schooling system in the African continent that produces poverty. Zimbabwe. Best schooling system, but at the time that they were engaged in the schooling system there, it doesn't knock in their senses that you might end up having a skillful nation, but with no work to do. Because you are busy analyzing only the provisioning of skill outside of the broader sectors that this skill must be deposited into, so that you can be able to drive a development holistically of the country or of the nation. Zimbabweans are all over with their golden good schooling system, but they can't save Zimbabwe. So I'm saying, watch that space. When we deal with skills production, we must be able to say, in terms of the NDP, these are the strategic goals that must be attained at a particular time, and make progression and assessment of that from time to time, ensure that your targets are met every minute, every day, every second, every year, so that you don't fail when you are expected to have an economy that is growing on the basis of having a lack of understanding. What should be the alignment? What should be the alignment between the schooling system and the skills needed by those economic sectors? Otherwise, we welcome the report, Chairperson, and we take pride out of the report of the committee, and we'll take counseling from them, and also make sure that we implement it to the latter, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I put the report. on what are you raising on?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 125 of the standing rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, which relates to amendment. Can I continue?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this relates to the question that I raised earlier on to the committee. I want to persuade, Honorable Speaker, members of the House that we amend the report in as far as the general finding number 7 and the recommendation, Chair, that just the part that talks to the closure of the schools. I propose, Chair, that if we need to hold the department accountable in as far as that finding is concerned, let us strengthen the recommendation in this fashion, Honorable Speaker, that instead of closing the schools, rather the department must provide the committee with a clear report, with plans, timeframes, and clear activities so that committee is able to monitor and measure the progress in as far as this is concerned. Secondly, Chair, I want to propose to the House that the records be corrected, Hansard, in as far as this issue is concerned, Honorable Chairperson. I want to bring that to the attention of the House. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mbonyana. Honorable Makubela, on what rule and point are you raising on? 125. Yes.
Sub-rule 1, it reads as follows. An amendment must be submitted in writing, signed by the proposer and delivered to the table. I just wanted to check, Chair, if it has been submitted in writing so that there'll be no one who can challenge our amendment.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Mbonyana, was that done?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. All right. Are we agreeing to the proposal? Thank you. I therefore put the report. Are there any objections? Are there any objections? Honorable Konziwe? All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I will ask the Secretary to read the fourth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Community Safety on oversight visits to OR Tambo District Municipality.
Thank you, Sec. I now call upon the chairperson, Honorable Kaya. Honorable Kaya, you have 10 minutes, and it starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, sorry. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I am uncertain which Premier to recognize, as Honorable Mvogo has stated that he is still serving as a Premier. Fortunately for him, the Premier, Lubabalo Mabuyana, has just left the House, so you are then recognized, Honorable Premier Mvogo, Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable MSCs, esteemed members of the Eastern Cape Legislature, our guests. Okay, thank you very much. It is both honor and responsibility, Honorable Speaker, to table the report on community safety. OR Tambo District, I will just go straight to recommendations and findings. On finding 1 on OR Tambo, the police stations in this district have human resource shortages for both public service and police act members. The station in this district have currently 436 vacant positions, and the recommendation on that is Eastern Cape South African Police Service must prioritize filling of these vacant positions as this hampers service delivery. The police stations in this district have shortage of vehicles, as only 185 of the 269 are operational, while 84 are in the government garages for repairs. Recommendation: the Eastern Cape SAPS must engage the National Department of Police as to address this shortage of resources and to beef up human resources in the government garages. Recommendation D: the area has a challenge of in-network coverage. The recommendation: the Eastern Cape SAPS must engage with all network service providers to address this predicament. On Umbu Police Station, please bear with me, Speaker, I won't be able to read all these findings and recommendations. I want to believe that members, they were provided with the report. On Umbu Police Station, the Umbu Police Station has a shortage of personnel, especially in the visible policing unit, as only 45 officers are employed out of 57 provided for the fixed staff establishment. The Eastern Cape must prioritize the filling of critical vacant funded posts. The road in the area are in bad condition, which cause regular breakdown of the station's vehicle and affect the response of police to community concerns negatively. The Eastern Cape SAPS must use all means at their disposal to assist the district to combat crime prevalent in this area. On Tsolo Police Station, there is a shortage of personnel in Vispol unity, as only 63 staff members are employed instead of 75 provided by the fixed staff establishment. Recommendation: SAPS must prioritize the filling of critical vacant funded posts. Stock theft, murder, car hijacking, and house robbery are the prevalent crimes in the area, which are largely linked to unemployment. The recommendation: the Eastern Cape SAPS must assist both the district and the station with devising an effective crime prevention strategy to combat these the prevalent crimes. On Tata Police Station, the police station has shortage of staff, especially in Vispol, where 109 staff members are employed instead of 163 provided by the fixed staff establishment. The personnel of Tata Central are accommodated in 3 different buildings. I'm reading findings. The dominant crimes in the area are rape, sexual assault, common assault, and commercial crimes, of which substance abuse, jealousy, and unemployment considered as usual factors. The station has a challenge of faction fights. The station has a challenge of poor network. Don't worry, Honorable Matikizela, I will brief you after this session. The bad road infrastructure of rural areas impacts negatively on the response time of the police. There are 15 vehicles out of 50 in the government garage, of which 6 are already there for a period of 30 days. On recommendations of the above, The SAPS must expedite the process of filling funded vacant positions at the stations. The SAPS must engage with Department of Public Works with a view to resolve this challenge. The SAPS must assist the leadership of the district with devising an effective and comprehensive strategy to combat these problematic crimes. The SAPS with the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs must engage all stakeholders on addressing this challenge. The SAPS must contact the network service providers to address this challenge. Meeting with Provincial Secretariat for Police Service, finding 1, the department has a challenge of slow progress on implementation of recommendations by SAPS. The department has a challenge of the act that is not mandatory to SAPS on the implementation of its recommendation. The department has a shortage of resources to execute the mandate of the department effectively. The court watching brief project has shown a positive outcome as out of 200 identified cases that were withdrawn and struck off the roll, 189 were successfully re-enrolled and finalized. The department has a challenge of unavailability of DNA analysis report.
2 minutes
on
left.
recommendations.
Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Recommendation 1, the Eastern Cape SAPS must speed up the implementation of recommendations by the Department of this, by the, okay. The department must engage its National Department of Police on addressing this matter, and this hampers oversight of the department to SAPS. The department must engage with the provincial treasurer with a view to requesting more funds to execute mandate. The department is applauded on the initiative and must be exercised in all districts. The department must engage with Eastern Cape SAPS on addressing this issue as it hampers critical cases. Other cases are affected due to this delay by the laboratory. On general findings, most stations have shortage of personnel and resources. There is no proper management on AVLs on the police vehicles by the most stations. On recommendations, Eastern Cape SAPS must speed up the process of filling up the vacant posts and provide resources to the station. Number 2, the SAPS must ensure that there is consequence management to those that are misusing state vehicles. As the committee would like to thank SAPS members at a provincial, district and station level who took part in the oversight meetings for showing dedication, honesty in all committee engagement. We'll also like to thank members of the committee and support staff for being part of this oversight. I hereby table the report. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kaya. Are there any clarities for the committee? All right, thank you. Clarities for the MEC? Honourable Knut.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. My only clarity is on page 325F. The department has challenges of repetitive findings when doing oversight of a police station, just to mention a few, and then just a few of them are mentioned here. But what I wanted to find out if, in terms of these repetitive findings, and also linking with the lack of resources at police stations, if the expiry of bulletproofs is actually one of those repetitive findings. Because I'm not sure if everybody is aware, but a bulletproof vest only lasts 5 to 10 years. So it is probably prudent of us to do an audit on that resource, which is supposed to protect the lives of our police officers. Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to come, Honourable
Yes.
Pillay?
Yeah. In the general findings, Deputy Speaker, that there's a low number of police stations with the CCTV, and there is also a recommendation. But what I want to ask with the MEC is that on August, the national SABS has issued a tender for CCTVs across the country for 5 years. Is that benefit is not coming to the Eastern Cape? Because that has been already, that tender was out. Thank you.
Thank you. Acting MEC?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the questions, I would really want to be certain about the responses I gave, because what Honorable Dr. Knutze is raising is quite critical. So I would appeal that I bring a response in that regard together with Honorable Anil. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Okay. Honourable Kasim, you have 9 minutes, and the 9 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. It seems the MEC for Community Safety is missing. I wonder, one of the things that we have always asked for is when we deal with reports of a particular department that the MEC is present for those reports, because the work done by the committee should be respected. Perhaps there is a valid reason, but that being said, Honourable Deputy Speaker, the release of the quarterly crime statistics yesterday once again condemned the Eastern Cape as the murder capital of South Africa. 1,315 of our people were murdered during the second quarter between July and September of this year. Honourable Deputy Speaker, this equates to 14 or more than 14 of our people being murdered every day. And this is an increase from the previous quarter, where 1,169 of our people were murdered between April and June, which was 13 murders a day at the time. Can we really say that we are making progress towards making our community safer when we now have an additional person being murdered every day compared to the previous quarter? This additional person is not just a statistic. They are someone's parent, they are someone's child, they are someone's loved one. Yesterday, we also entered the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children, and we did so with our heads hung in shame as sexual offences increased from 1,763 during the first quarter of this year to 1,843 during the second quarter. This equates to 20 sexual offences every single day. Women and children in the Eastern Cape live in fear of being in a province where they are second most likely to be raped, behind only the province of the Free State. Our visits to the OR Tambo district revealed the same issues that we have raised during previous debates. The committee found, as we've heard earlier, that the police stations have human resource shortages with 436 vacancies across the OR Tambo district. These are vacancies as compared to the post-establishment, and we know very well that the need for sufficient VISPL officers to do patrols and the need for detectives to handle the caseload are far greater than the post-establishment. The committee also found that the police stations have a shortage of vehicles, as only 185 of the 269 vehicles allocated to the district are operational, whilst 84 are in the government garage for repairs. Again, even this shortage is only compared to allocated vehicles, whereas the need is far greater than what is allocated on paper. Another repetitive finding in our report is that police stations in the district experience challenges of slow supply chain management processes caused by excessive bureaucratic red tape. These vacancies and shortages are after the so-called additional boots on the ground, which was announced with much fanfare by the Minister of Police during his visit to our province. Now, we have long maintained that this deployment wasn't additional in an extraordinary sense, as these deployments were just our provincial share of the annual deployment of 10,000 officers nationally. We have maintained that instead our province has been crying out for additional resources far beyond what would ordinarily have been allocated, and that no amount of smoke and mirror spin doctrine will mask this reality. Now, whilst MEC Ngata in his absentia will try in the debates that we have had, will try to apply a positive spin and paper over the cracks. Maybe MEC Williams will come and say zilch and zilch. But that is exactly what is given to this department. And in fact, the Community Safety Department itself has bemoaned both the slow progress on implementation of its recommendations by SAPS, as well as repetitive findings when doing oversight over police stations. This was reported in the annual report of the Community Safety Department. Only 13% of the recommendations made by the Community Safety Department has been implemented by SAPS. Essentially, our Community Safety Department has been reduced to spending most of its time and resources on developing reports and recommendations that don't get implemented. Now, during the budget debate and subsequent debates in this House, I have maintained that we cannot continue to fund the Department of Community Safety at a measly 0.15% of the provincial budget, whereas provinces like the Western Cape fund their equivalent department at more than 5 times what the Eastern Cape does. And we ask that this be corrected in the adjustment budget process. However, as we have seen today, instead of increasing the Community Safety Department's budget during this murder and rape crisis in our province, the MEC for Finance and Provincial Expenditure, MEC Mvoko, has seen fit to table an adjustment appropriation bill that has further decreased the budget to the Community Safety
2 minutes
Department.
left, Honourable Member.
If I were the MEC of this department, I would be having sleepless nights about my failure to have this crisis taken seriously by both my national and provincial government leadership. I would be embarrassed that a chieftainess like Chieftainess Notrinile Mtihaha was gunned down at Mkekwezweni Great Place, a national monument and heritage site where our former president grew up. I'd be embarrassed about that fact. If a national monument and royal home can't be protected by our government, there truly is nowhere for us to hide. Now, Honourable Deputy Speaker, I visited the BT police station in the wake of the killing and found that the station in this OR Tambo district, which services 196 localities, did not have a single functioning visible vehicle. They only had a truck, and that visible officers had to share from the 4 detective vehicles that were still functioning at the station. Now, this is not the first time that residents of this village has been under attack, and over the last 2 years, the area has become notorious for alarming incidents of our elderly women being subjected to sexual assault at gunpoint. And this happened again to 5 schoolgirls from Jongintaba High School. Promises were made at the Imbizo in August of 2023, and these promises were not kept. Now, colleagues, we can continue to debate these issues time and time again. We can come up to the podium and call each other bananas and chihuahuas and what have you. The fact of the matter is, the residents of our province elected us in order to do justice to their issues. And the budget that is given to this department and the non-implementation of the recommendations by SAPS, which has put the lives of our people at risk and made our province the murder capital of our country, is a collective concern of all of us. And unless we take action, because we cannot have 16 days of lip service during the 16 days of action, unless we take action as the elected leadership of this House, then all of us will become irrelevant to our constituents out there.
Thank you, Honorable Kasim. Now, call upon the EFF, Honorable Chocho. You have 5 minutes, Honorable Chocho.
Enkosi, Honorable Speaker, ngithatha lithuba ndibulise kuyo wonke umuntu olapha kule ndlu yowiso-mthetho ngokukhethekileyo EFF battalions ezikhokhelwe imbokodo Honorable Mlokuthi. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise on behalf of the EFF to pledge support to the adoption of this report. Kodwa mandiyibeke icace, this report can't and must not be allowed ilale umbethe njengesiqhelo. The consequences of failure to act are too dire. Let me be clear. Failure to implement this recommendation on time ayizuba neziphumo ezinhle kwaphela. To fail to act is not just an oversight, it is a gross negligence of duty that poses a severe security risk to the people of the Eastern Cape. This failure is not simply an inconvenience or a minor delay. It is an erosion of public trust and it borders on treason. Deputy Speaker, it will be a huge oversight on my end ukungathethi about the most glaring example of government disregard for the safety and well-being of the people of Eastern Cape, the gross under-allocation of the resources of the community safety, allocating a mere 0.5 of the provincial budget to the community safety in the face of a mountain of crime, corruption, and failure to protect our citizens is irresponsible, reckless, and a clear reflection of this government's blatant disregard for its duty to protect the public. This allocation is an insult to the people of this province, and it must not be taken lightly. As we blame officials and police officers for the failures in community safety, let us not be blind to the root cause of these systemic issues. Urhulumente weliphondo, they must shoulder double the blame for these failures. While we have spent time blaming officers for not doing their job, we must ask, where is the leadership of the province, of this provincial government? Where is the budget, the resources, and the infrastructure to support them? To blame frontline workers for a broken system without addressing the core issues at the top is nothing but political scapegoating. Members of Community Safety Committee must set aside political party loyalty and call a spade a spade. If we have any hope of solving these problems, we must speak the truth and hold our government accountable. Regardless of party lines, elsewhere, principals are making questionable resolution, and it is time we stop turning a blind eye on the truth simply to protect political loyalty. Ayikwanele ngoku. The safety of our citizens is not a game. Uyaniphazamisa utishala wasekrish, Speaker. The safety of our citizens is not a game. The consequences of neglect are deadly. The government must act, and it must act now. Failure to act is failure to govern. Enkosi, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I'll now call upon the Patriotic Alliance, the Honorable Buya. You have 3 minutes, Honorable Buya.
10 minutes, Deputy Speaker. Let me take this opportunity and greet you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Premier in his absence, honorable members and the community at the Kalari. Our country constitution mandate is to build safer communities and honor what is written in our NDP 2030. The Minister of Police vote speech in July this year confirmed a budget of 133 billion rand, and in addition, the Minister also confirmed that additional funding for 2024-2025 financial year to unleash 10,000 police trainees. This is in addition of 10,000 trainees of 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 budget period. The Minister referred to in his speech. As a province, we must ask ourselves, where are these trainees? Why does the report on community safety highlight on many human capital a shortage in the SEPs in our province? Honorable members, it is reported in Tata that province has been hit by a crime wave in the extortion. The Provincial Commissioner launched an extortion hotline on the 23rd of August this year. Only 27 cases was reported. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is noted that the garages that was approved in Tata to take care of the government vehicles that will speed up the repairs on the vehicles, tracking repairs, promoting operational sufficiency in SEPs. In conclusion, the Eastern Cape has the highest murder rate per capita in the country of 17.6% of our population affected. We would like to urge a provincial commissioner to do everything necessary to address a shortage of vehicles in the province as reported in the report. In Nelson Mandela's speech said, I open quote, it is in your hands to create a better world for all who live in it. I close quote. It is in our hands to do all its best to protect our people in the community. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Buya. I will now call upon the MKP, Honorable Ngobo. You have 3 minutes, Honorable Ngobo. It starts now. Thank you.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, MECs, I think, honorable member, this is the most disappointing report that you have. Because it has all kinds of crimes. If you want to see murder, is in this report. If you want to see stock theft, is in this report. Car hijacking is here, and illegally firearm is here. Almost everything is here. Honorable Speaker, the Lusikisiki area ranks high on the list of the sexual offenses committed both in district and provincially. Surely this report disturbs the society. The people who abuse women and children should not be treated with soft gloves. Some stations, Honorable Speaker, have no private rooms for interviews for cases of GBV. Victims have a right of privacy and confidentiality. Let government we cannot cause more pain by exposing the pain of the victims. Because when there is no privacy, it means we are causing more pain. You can imagine a woman is going to the police station for help, and now she is exposed. She can't even talk about his private. And it's so painful. It's so painful. So we really need to make a plan. If we cannot really provide a private room for victims, how can we fight crimes? How can we master crime? We must start here. The little things that we see are serious. They are serious. I don't know where this, I'm not sure whether people have inherited something that I don't even know. Because what I know now is only the apartheid government who used to expose people, not the government of the people. So the government of the people should always protect the rights and the dignity of a woman and children. We cannot allow a situation where we cause more pain to women and children by exposing their pains, by not even providing a house, what you call it, a private room for interviews. Honorable Chair.
Nkosi Tatunga.
Thank you so much, thank you so much.
Because
Bensanyuka.
no, you'll finish when you come back again. Honorable members, allow me to welcome the girl child of Honorable Fihlani. Ubani kamala yaki sizwe sethu, ubu yaki sizwe sethu. Phakama ngenyawo mntana. I will now call upon Honorable Mankahla, the ANC. Mama, you have 14 minutes left, and your 14 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Chief Whip in absentia, but Deputy Chief is here, of the majority party and the legislature, honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, honorable Premier, I think there is one who is acting now, and the executive, HODs and top officials of various departments, distinguished guests and fellow citizens of South Africa, our support staff, our media houses, I greet you all in this afternoon. It is with great humility and honor that I stand before this august house to present this progress report on policing and community safety. Allow me to extend my heartfelt greetings to all present and express gratitude to our people and our political party, the African National Congress, for the trust they have placed in us to serve our communities. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our Constitution, the cornerstone of our democracy, enshrines the principles of accountability, efficiency, and transparency in governance. Central to these values is the vital role of oversight, which aims to ensure that government structures serve the people with integrity and effectiveness. Through this report, we reflect on the challenges and progress within the South African Police Service and the broader safety framework in our country and our province in particular. The ANC-led government has made significant strides in transforming SAPS since the dawn of democracy in 1994. This commitment is evident in the ongoing efforts to address the systemic challenges that our police force faces. Over the past month, more than 2,800 newly trained police officers have been deployed to reinforce our crime combating efforts across the country. This intervention has come at a crucial time as we approach the festive season, a period when heightened vigilance is essential. Additionally, 4 new police stations have been officially opened this year, contributing to the network of 1,164 stations across the country. Plans to expand this network further are already underway, reflecting our commitment to ensure access to policing services in even the most remote areas. Currently, more than 2,000 police trainees are undergoing rigorous training and are expected to graduate in December 2024. Bolstering our force capacity to serve our people and make our communities safer. Honorable Speaker, while we celebrate these milestones, we cannot ignore the challenges that persist. The issue of resource shortages, such as police vehicles, is a recurring concern in many police stations, including those in the OR Tambo region. These inadequate hinder the effectiveness of our police force and the safety of our communities. To address these challenges, the department under the ANC-led government has established the Justice, Crime Prevention and Security Cluster, that is JCPS. This initiative aims to streamline and coordinate our country's safety and security measures. Moreover, community policing remains a cornerstone of our strategy. Through initiatives like community safety forums, we have strengthened public participation in policing, recognizing that safety is a shared responsibility. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it is clear that policing alone cannot solve the issue of crime. We must adopt a multifaceted approach that addresses the root cause of crime and the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. These societal challenges drive individuals towards criminal activities, and unless we tackle them head on, our policing efforts will remain reactive rather than preventative. Equally important is ensuring that our police service is adequately resourced, trained, and supported. Our officers who risk their lives daily to protect our communities deserve our deepest appreciation and unwavering support. Their bravery and dedication must be matched by our commitment to providing the tools of trade and conditions they need to succeed. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the ANC-led government remains steadfast in its commitment to addressing the challenges facing SAPS and ensuring the safety to all communities. The ANC supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mankatla. I now call upon the Honorable Acting MEC, Honorable Williams. You have 10 minutes, Honorable Williams, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to members of the executive, the chief whip, and all the members of the House, and our distinguished guests, and our people of the province in the social media platforms. Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me hasten to respond quickly to the consistent mention of Her Royal Highness Mamuno Gcinile Mtikaka, who unfortunately was assassinated because of her community activism and commitment to fight against crime in the Mqhekezweni area. The context of Mamuno Gcinile's assassination is linked to a community decision to ensure that the Mqhekezweni community attends to crime. In the few days before her passing, they had held 2 suspects, and after working on them, they handed those suspects to the police. Now, because of Mamuno Gcinile's fight against crime, she was then targeted because the assassins got to her home, but necessarily did not want to see Mamuno Gcinile. They wanted to see Mamuno Gcinile's son. And unfortunately, because Mamuno Gcinile comes from a strong bloodline, and as a strong woman, she stood steadfast against those criminals and said, "You are not going to see my son. Here I am. What do you want?" And that's how she gets assassinated. So we've got such depth in our understanding as to what obtained in that event. It's not some statistic we would want to present to the people of the Eastern Cape. It's our connection to the family because of what the family has done in the history of this country. And through that assassination, some decisions could be fast-tracked. One of them was that the BG police station will be upgraded into a kennel level. Already, 2 police vehicles were allocated whilst we were there, and the upgrade is en route to take effect. And the second issue about that matter was that the brigadier who served as a district commissioner in the Mthatha district has been removed, and we have since appointed a new Major General Mogadishu. And Mogadishu is a general who was working in the NIU in George, and he has been deployed into the Mthatha district to be a full-time Major General, so that we are able to attend to the crimes in that particular area. And with all that said, we would want to send again our special message of condolences to the Madiba family for the sad loss of Her Royal Highness. Honorable Speaker, the questions of budget cuts and so on, I think honorable members should share the same understanding with us around why do we have budget cuts. Because it can't be leveled as if it's the choice of this province to have budget cuts. This is linked to the neoliberal agenda, which has actually resulted in fiscal consolidation. Ms. Mvoko was here, and he was arguing that fiscal consolidation has resulted in budget cuts holistically in the whole of government. Because fiscal consolidations concern
is more about managing debt and managing the deficit. Once you're managing debt and deficit, then you can't do everything that you may want at a certain time. And so, what honorable members want us to do, they were discussing education and infrastructure backlogs, which required the same budget to be allocated. And they were talking service delivery challenges that were requiring same budget. And now in the police service, it's like we are building a baboon's mountain where there's no end where we are going. Because we think we are building, but we're not building. We are actually destroying. And I'm saying, what we need to do is to ensure that society is mobilized to fight against crime, and we must have a theoretical understanding of the genesis of crime. Because once we don't have a theoretical understanding of the genesis of crime, we will blame everything that happens without having a proper understanding of how crime has developed to this extent in our country. And history of this country cannot be excused from that crime. And I'm saying then, honorable members, our department is striving to deliver quality services to the people of the province despite the challenges and limited resources, and we agree inadequate budget. Good strides have been made to reduce crime in the province. However, there still needs for close collaboration with all stakeholders, especially on gender-based violence and the killing of our children. Plans are afoot to address crime in the province, specifically in the identified hotspot areas such as Nelson Mandela, OR Tambo, Buffalo City, and community mobilization will be implemented as a key strategy for combating crime across the province, including crime hotspots in the district. In collaboration with the Minister of Police, recently there was a launch of a cooperating agreement with Nelson Mandela Bay Metropolitan Municipality to strengthen cooperation between all law enforcement agencies in pursuance of a shared vision for safety and security. Through this agreement, an integrated approach which will include the South African Police Services, Metro Police, police traffic, and private security industry will be conducting and collaborating on joint operations and utilization of resources to unite against crime. This will be extended to all municipalities in the province, with OR Tambo being the next area to formally launch this integrated approach. Through this integrated approach, the police will have viewing rights on CCTV cameras. This will enhance the identification of potential criminals and swift response to criminal activities in action. In support of SAPS, the Department of Community Safety has coordinated the implementation of the provincial strategy and its 6 pillars through collaboration with both government and non-government partners within the JCPS cluster. Various programs geared towards strengthening the battle against crime were facilitated and coordinated through the JCPS cluster, and this resulted in several interventions implemented. We facilitated the establishment of safety forums in all 6 districts and the 2 metros. And one of the most powerful means of the forums is engagement and participation of local communities and stakeholders, as they provide an essential coordinating mechanism to bring together local government, other key government departments, particularly the social cluster, community leaders and stakeholders such as schools, community groups, and faith-based organizations. Honorable Speaker, as part of combating crime in hotspot areas, we have introduced the concept of safety brigades, and the project was actually piloted in the Biki area in OR Tambo, where we appointed 99 safety brigades, and we have deployed 3
33 in KwaZakhele, 33 in KwaDwesi, and 33 in New Brighton. Effective response to crime and safer communities requires collaboration and integration of plans and strategies by key stakeholders, and continuous engagement with local government to ensure the concept of safety and related initiatives features prominently in IDPs of all municipalities. As reflected in recommendations and findings, the department will work with SAPs and relevant stakeholders to ensure that vacant positions are filled in the identified police stations in OR Tambo, will also address the shortage of police vehicles in the district and the issues of excessive bureaucratic red tape which affects supply chain management. Indeed, honorable members, as government, we're working tirelessly to ensure that there's a fully fledged government garage for the district, as this will also address the shortage of police vehicles in the area. Honorable members, allow me to express gratitude to the work of the committee and stakeholders emanating from the Portfolio Committee visit to OR Tambo District. Several burning issues were revealed, including shortage of police, network coverage, unlawful firearms and ammunition, fraud with SAPs, a high rate of gender-based violence, especially in Lusikisiki extortion cases. In conclusion, allow me to express a word of gratitude to the members of the committee for visiting our police stations in OR Tambo District, and the Department of Community Safety has noted all the findings and commits to implement the recommendations of the report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Williams. Honorable members, I put the report. Any objections? Never. All right. No, thank you. I will ask the secretary to read the fifth order of the day.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Health on oversight visits to health facilities in Alfred Nzo, OR Tambo, Joe Gabi, and Chris Hani district municipalities.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health to present the committee's report. Honorable Vimbayo, you have 10 minutes, and your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, allow me to say protocol is observed to manage the allocated time. Deputy Speaker, we, as the committee, we visited 4 districts, which is Alfred Nzo, OR Tambo, Joe Gabi, and Krisan. The committee wanted to primarily appraise itself with health issues after having received the handover report from the 6th administration. The purpose was to assess infrastructure, human resources, and the state of readiness for NHI rollout in the 2 pilot site district, as we all know that the President signed the NHI Act. Deputy Speaker, in terms of Alfred Nzo district, I want to zoom into Alfred Nzo district. I may select some of the findings, Deputy Speaker, because of the bulkiness of the report. In Alfred Nzo, the committee appreciated the leadership qualities of the acting district manager, despite all the challenges and conditions under which the district operates. The committee, in terms of findings, identified disjuncture between head office and the district, which has serious implications on healthcare facilities on the ground. Sizable number of EMS vehicles are still grounded, of which that limits the optimal functioning of the service. The district has since improved on payment of stipends on governance structures, except for one concern that they were only afforded a 4-hour training, which was not enough. We also met the organized labor and stakeholders. They raised some issues, and in terms of the report, those issues are listed, and I urge honorable members to read those issues. Then, in terms of finding G, the type of emergency vehicles allocated are not suitable for the terrain of Alfred Nzo district, and hence they constantly break down. The non-availability of a mental health institution in Alfred Nzo district is a serious concern, as we all know that the mental health issue is a serious issue in our communities due to substance abuse. The department reported that communities tend to resist the endeavors of department to repurpose of small, low-bedded hospitals. In terms of recommendations in Alfred Nzo, for recommendation A and B, whilst good leadership qualities are appreciated to move the district forward, but the department must come closer to the district and provide the necessary support and address of all the issues raised by the stakeholders to avoid unnecessary impasse and instability. The department must explore the possibility of negotiating for prioritization of its vehicles in repairs. It is appreciated that the department is moving with respect to payment of stipend to governance structures and must further ensure sufficient training provided to the structures. The department must regularly visit the district to close gaps and unnecessary impasse that might undermine gains from good leadership. The department must engage the Department of Transport on the provision of appropriate EMS vehicles that will be able to withstand the terrain of Alfred Nzo district. In terms of the mental health, the department must consider fostering memorandum of understanding between the KZN and Umzimkhulu local municipality to mitigate the non-availability of mental health institution in Alfred Nzo. In OR Tambo district, the Health Portfolio Committee deadlocked for quite some time as a start due to invasion by Nurses Forum who wanted to the attention of the committee on work conditions under which they operate. The laundry is being revamped such that soiled linen laundry gets taken to Frey Hospital in East London, and further revamping adversely affects patients since they tend to be cancelled for theatre. Notwithstanding the infrastructure and capital equipment, that is oncology unit investments that were reported in the boardroom, but there was in part clouded by non-maintenance challenges that included the following. Theatre walls are full of cracks, doors are unlockable, they are falling, floors are damaged and have risk holes. Water taps are not working in working order, electricity plugs left loose open. And those, we confirm the issues that were raised by the nurses in terms of that, because they were raising those issues that they are cancelling theatres. In recommendations, the department must ensure that laundry revamping is sped up to minimize theatre cancellations and costs associated with the transportation of soiled linen to Frey Hospital. The head office must regularly visit the district, which is Alfred Nzo or Tambo. The department must ensure that there is proper use of maintenance budget of the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital to qualify the brighter picture that continues to be reported in boardroom about this facility. The department must present to the committee a clear and time-bound progress report of decomplexing of the two facilities. Such a report must reach the committee within 30 days after the adoption of the report by the House, which is Amtata General Hospital and Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. Joe Kabi District, we were in Alwal North Hospital. The 6th District Hospital, Maclear, Clute, Joubert, Beckerstop, Lady Grace, Stensbeck, and Jamestown are operating with less than 50 beds, render them candidates for repurposing. 3 hospitals, Taylor, Bequest, Mpilisweni, and Alwal North, have been identified to offer 72-hour assessment, but are currently unable to due to infrastructure challenges. Yuki Clinic was reported to have been temporarily closed due to dilapidated infrastructure. Mpilisweni Hospital is riddled with many challenges, and those challenges are listed in the report. Honorable members can read for themselves. There is a serious security issue in Alwal North Hospital due to poor fencing at the backyard of this facility, and that has even been circulating on social media. Joe Trabi district is overwhelmed with high teenage pregnancy, such that out of 998 recorded deliveries, 229 were teenage mothers. In terms of recommendations, the department must present to the committee its clear repurposing plans and the services that are going to be rendered in those facilities. Such a plan must reach the committee within 30 days after the adoption of this report by the House. The department must ensure that the infrastructure to those 3 72-hour observation facilities is improved to realize its plans. The department must ensure health services continue to be rendered in catchment areas of Yuki Clinic whilst it is considering the long-term solutions with respect to dilapidated building. The department must, as a matter of urgency, come closer to Mpilisweni Hospital and provide the necessary support to restore it as a health facility and further ensure employee benefits, PMDS, are paid within the financial year. Department must urgently ensure that Alwa North Hospital is properly fenced to maximize safety and security, because it's also in one of the areas for medical legal claims, the security of the hospital. Krisani District Frontier, we were at Frontier Hospital. Whilst the department is still confronted with serious staff shortage in health facilities, Lilita Nursing College is not immune to the staff shortage challenge. EMS delays in repairs are still rampant. The committee was disturbed by appearance of the old regime names in certain areas of Frontier Hospital. The committee was very concerned with the maintenance budget and its spending patterns, noting the following infrastructural challenges. Frontier Hospital out
2 minutes left.
1 out of 3 theaters are functional. Potholes in some of the floors, X-ray department, CT scan and mammogram have not working for more than a year. Non-functional ablution facilities, unlockable doors in a mental health care users ward. There are the recommendations in terms of Krisan. Let me rush to general findings, Deputy Speaker. The high vacancy rate in clinical and non-clinical staff and infrastructure remain common in all health districts. The committee noted the absence of the local sphere of governance during oversight visit. Instability in facilities like Frontier and Nelson Mandela Academic Hospitals was glaring. Districts are confronted with serious challenges that might even render them ungovernable. Both NHI pilot sites, Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo districts are still confronted with serious human resource and infrastructure challenges. Among others, are underperforming even on NHI non-negotiables. Non-payment of stipends to governance structures persists and is repeated finding. Many hospitals are operating without permanently employed chief executive officers. General recommendations. The department must, as a matter of urgency, finalize the long-awaited organogram. Further ensure vacant funded posts are filled within this financial year. The department must attach importance to the local sphere of government and ensure that it forms part of the visit, especially that some of the challenges require attention of the municipalities. The head office must regularly visit the district to quickly arrest challenges and close unnecessary gap. The department must scale up efforts to improve compliance standards for NHI rollout. The department must display full recognition of governance structures by ensuring that due to stipend there is paid. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank the department, stakeholders in the 4th district, our support staff for their participation and contribution during the visit. I hereby table the report for the adoption of the House.
Thank you. I now call upon the Democratic Alliance, Honorable Mukhatosi. You have 9 minutes and it starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I almost said Madam Speaker, but I realize we have not approved our bursary applications. Honorable Deputy Speaker, honorable members, officials, guests, Dumelang. It was President Kagame who said,
sorry, Honorable Mokhatosi. Honorable Saziwa, on what rule are you rising on?
I'm not rising on any rule other than the order paper. After the presentation of the report, there are questions that are asked to the committee and also to the MEC and then debates. I'm not sure that in this one, have you suspended that?
Oh, sorry. Yes, don't worry. Yeah. Apologies, honorable members. Maybe I'm too hungry. Are there any clarity-seeking questions to the committee? Honorable Kasim, I said I'm hungry.
No, Honorable Saziwa is awake for all of us. I just wanted to check. Just a quick one. General finding number 2. The committee noted that the absence of the local sphere of governance during the oversight visits. Now, we've picked this up in other committees, and the question is really quite simple. When the committee goes to do these visits in the different districts like health, or, the health committee, who do they invite? Do they invite all of the councillors? Do they invite only the executive and ward councillors? If I can just get that clarity, because even our councillors sometimes ask us, but why is it that they are not invited to participate or to observe these visits?
Thank you. I think that's the only question. Honorable Vimbayo.
Office of the Speaker.
Come again.
In terms of the invitation for local government, we correspond as the legislature with the Office of the Speaker. Then it's upon the Office of the Speaker.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Any clarity-seeking questions to the MEC? Is that an excuse me or a clarity-seeking question, Honorable Kash? All right, Honorable Chief Whip.
That would be an excuse me. On a lighter note, look, I wanted to get into this general finding too, but in a different way. But I thought Honorable Kasim will then cover me, but unfortunately, how he has expressed it and the feedback still does not address what was the concern from me, because this says the department must attach importance to the local sphere of governance and ensure that it forms part of the portfolio committee oversight visits, especially that some of the challenges require the attention of municipalities. My question is, who invites the local sphere? Because this says the department must attach, meaning the feedback, the response throws it to themselves as the portfolio committee to invite the local through the speaker. But here it says the responsibility is for the department. I wanted just to check so that we are clarified. Is it the department's responsibility? If it is, according to this, why have they captioned it this way? Otherwise, it would need to be changed so that it be the portfolio committee's responsibility. They do not then say, out of their general findings, this is the finding. It can't if it is for the portfolio committee to invite. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Saziv.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The question to the Honorable MEC. Some of these sites that were visited by the committee do not have leadership. And in terms of her policy speech, she had made a commitment that within 6 months in those facilities, there will be permanent, COs. Can they therefore share with the session how far has she gone in terms of that, in particular on those sites that we visited? Thank you.
Okay. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, the Premier in absentia, MECs present, members of the legislature, and everyone present. I take note of what is being raised and also agree that, of course, when I made my policy speech, I made a commitment that we will employ COs and we identify such facilities. But there are certain requirements in terms of the treasury that we must meet before we do such appointments. But I can confirm that we've been given a nod that we can start employing some facilities. Not all facilities, of course, because of the budget constraints, but in the facilities that we've identified, we'll definitely employ. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Since we still have time, maybe let me allow the committee to cover what was raised by the Honorable Chief Whip. It's not necessarily, I'm saying the committee, not Honorable Vimbayo, the committee. You remember? Didn't you ask your question on the, oh, yes. I was a bit confused, but now you are asking a question on your report. Okay, you can come.
I'm a member, Deputy Speaker, of that committee. I'll answer in this way. In terms of observing different spheres of government, I'll make an example of the Committee of the Whole House for Education. When we were about to embark into that program, now that also health, the Speaker of the Provincial Legislature would write to speakers of these municipalities, metros, and in terms of that, informing them about this. But the department is also working together with its own immediate role players. It is incumbent upon that department also to invite such stakeholders. But for us, the legislature, our point of entry is that office of speakers of those local municipalities. So it is incumbent upon the department also to extend that. That's why we rely more on whether the speaker has extended that invitation to stakeholders for that particular department. So in the spirit of the DDM, I think we need to extend it in that fashion.
Okay, all right. I think the MEC has captured that as much as the speaker has that responsibility, in the spirit of the DDM, that's what you said, Honorable Sazio, the MEC. Kaloko MEC. Siyakusithi ngoku kufuneka uinvite nawe ngoku. Asithi siyithi hayi atizukwazi ngoba you. All right, no, let's, yeah, no, thank you. Honorable Mokhatotsi, are you still there? We are continuing now. Your 9 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Acting Premier, honorable members, officials of the Department of Health, our guests, again, Dumelang. It was Paul Kagame who said, good health is what we wish for all of us, for our loved ones, and without it, nothing else matters, because health is also a currency of progress. Sadly, for citizens with health challenges, the opposite is true. Those whose health is severely compromised are unable to enjoy the freedom and dignity that a job gives and are consigned to living off welfare of state. This raises two massive challenges for us in the Eastern Cape. Firstly, our people carry the inordinately high burden of disease, and secondly, we do not have the economic muscle to fully address this scourge. The payment of medical legal claims has devastated the finances of the department. and the resultant fiscal vacuum has spilled over to other departments as debts to them cannot be settled. They too are failing to fulfill their mandates in terms of service delivery. There are less roads that are being built because the Department of Health still owes the Department of Transport government fleet management services in an excess of 1 billion rands. The oversight visit to Alfred Nzo and OR Tambo districts were of particular interest to us, as these were the districts in which the so-called pilot study for NHI was conducted. Now, according to their annual report, NHI is South Africa's strategy to address systemic structural problems as well as the burden of disease. In these two districts, readiness interventions for NHI were tested. We were told in the media that the pilots were successful. Now, according to the unions and many of the interested parties, if there was any study conducted, then where are the results? There have been none forthcoming, either from national or provincial departments, and I think we know why. The foundational principles of universal health care coverage is the re-engineering of primary health care. This is done through ward-based primary care outreach, B, an integrated school health program, C, district clinical specialist teams, and 4, the contracting of general practitioners. It includes the realization and maintenance of ideal clinics, the centralized chronic medication dispensing and distribution, and a functional health patient registration system. In Alfred Nzo, there are 103 wards and just only 30 ward-based outreach teams. In Mzimvumbu, there is a shortage of 104 community health care workers. There are only 9 health promoters instead of 17. The district clinical specialist team has no pediatrician, despite there being people available to fill this post. There's only enough staff to make up 7 outreach teams that travel in mobile clinics to remote areas. There are no district pharmacists, and only 3 pharmacists at PHC level. Shockingly, instead of 76 pharmacy assistants required in the districts, there are just 2. However, there are currently 57 unemployed post-basic pharmacist assistants in the districts. Now let us talk about medicine available. The district stands at 84.6%, but Ndabankulu Hospital stands at 61%. Surgical sundries and non-negotiables vitals in the district stands at a pathetic 40%. And can you believe that the district had no condoms and we had to borrow from Free State? This while our girls' children are giving birth at the age of 9 and 10. This is truly heartbreaking. However, I'm quite heartened that the MEC in this term has committed to focus as well on teenage pregnancy. There are only 19 neonatal beds in the entire district and only 11 functional ambulances. This province has an excellent health patient registration system, but facilities can only access it if they have electricity and network. And sadly, many clinics still have neither electricity or connectivity. Honorable Mvoko, as the acting premier, through you, Deputy Speaker, we should not still be speaking about the rollout of broadband. It should have been completed years ago. Perhaps Starlink would be the best option so that we can also save cost. Lastly, the occupational health and safety compliance rate is a measly 23%, largely due to crumbling clinics, while the ideal clinic status stands at just 39%. So in layman terms, we don't satisfy, just like Chairperson say, a single criterion of NHI. Despite the horrendous stats, 2 excellent achievements in the districts stood out for us. The first was the achievement in the 95-95 cascade stats for HIV, in which they achieved the remarkable 95, 86, 94, the best in the province, I believe, MEC. The second is the initiative that was taken to combat delays in distribution of medication by setting up 3 satellite depots at Meje, Mount Frere, and Maluti, which took the burden off Mthatha Depot and ensured better access to medication across the district. These achievements speaks volume about the dedication of our healthcare practitioners who are at the coalface daily in incredibly challenging circumstances and yet can ensure that our people get care that they need. These achievements also speak to good, clean, ethical leadership and good team management at district level. And therein, Honorable Deputy Speaker, lies the holy grail. I'm not going to talk about other districts. Chairperson has covered that because many of these challenges are also common across the length and breadth of our province. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I acknowledge that the department has shown great commitment to dealing with the existential challenges that have arisen out of the medical legal claims scourge. However, they need to do more. The AG highlights that once again, contingent liabilities were not properly accounted for. Achievements for various indicators were materially misstated, internal controls remain weak, and the department incorrectly paid nodal allowances of 18.2 million rands to employees that did not qualify for them. And effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure in excess of 320 million rands.
2 minutes left, Honorable Member.
The department cannot expect Treasury to bail them out if they don't clean their house. They need to prove that they have done and are doing everything in their power to stop wasteful expenditure. They need to employ people of integrity instead of corrupt cadres. They need to invest more capacity in the primary health care. They need to stop compromising goods and services budget. They need 200 more ambulances on the road as in yesterday. Lastly, this department must stop banking on the NHI to save them. We cannot afford it, and it's failing everywhere else. And that's why Honorable Mvoko is smiling. In the DA-led Western Cape, they offer Universal Health Care Plus as the department addresses the social determinants of diseases too. How did they do it? No NHI, just holy grain, good clinical, ethical leadership and team management. The DA accepts the report. And before I step down, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we would like to encourage as the Health Committee that members continuously take or check on their sugar levels, diabetes, hypertension, because this is a rising concern in the province. And we'll also like to wish our members in the committee, Honorable Saziwa, Honorable Bese, Honorable Kauli, who have caught flu, all the best in their recovery. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Khatouts. I now call upon the EFF, Honorable Mlogoti. You have 5 minutes, and your 5 minutes starts now.
Enkosi, Deputy Speaker. Honorable Mukhatotsi, okwesithi lastly, that is why nditsibendeza eli. Ndivumele, Deputy Speaker, ndithi all protocols observed ngenxa yexesha. One is seated there wondering, Indobana, how many years does the ANC actually need to build the country? Because we hear them saying Rome was not built in one day. But we all know that it took almost 1,000 years to build Rome. But even if they can be given that 1,000 years that it took to build Rome, there's nothing good that can ever come out of the ANC government. It's rotten to the core. And all the responses that were provided here today by the so-called experts, as the Premier has named them, have dismally failed to inspire confidence and hope to the people of the Eastern Cape. The people of the Eastern Cape remain hopeless. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the oversight report on health facilities in Alfred Nzo and surrounding districts confirm the grim picture of our provincial health care. It exposes a pattern of neglect, dysfunction, and failure to implement past recommendations. all of which have dire consequences for the people of the Eastern Cape. Staff shortages remain the most glaring issue across all districts. Facilities like Frontier Hospital and Alwal North Hospital are grossly understaffed, leaving both clinical and non-clinical roles vacant. This compromises service delivery, particularly in maternity wards. Adding to this crisis, the removal of rural allowances has worsened retention challenges, yet the department remains unresponsive. The infrastructure challenges are equally appalling. At Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital, cracked theatre walls, broken taps, and floors with hazardous holes jeopardize patient safety. Alwal North Hospital's poor fencing poses security risks, and non-functional CT scans and mammograms further limit services. These issues are not just inconveniences, they are systematic failures that undermine the healthcare access and quality. Mental health is in a dire state, with facilities forced to house mental health patients in general wards, ill-equipped to meet their needs. Alfred Nzo district, with no dedicated mental health institution, highlights the lack of strategic planning and investment in mental health services. Adding to these problems is the grounding of EMS vehicles, unsuitable terrain ambulances, and a lack of outreach cars for rural areas, which leaves patients in remote regions stranded during emergencies. The situation is worsened by delays in stipend payments to government structures and unresolved challenges with the provincial cost management team. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Department of Health has failed to address recurring problems, demonstrating a complete disregard for accountability and consequence management. These are not new challenges. They are the same issues identified in previous terms. Where are the actions on those past recommendations? What are the consequences for failure to implement those recommendations? It is time for bold resolutions. The department must empower rural healthcare by equipping and registering midwives in remote rural areas where home births are a norm. There must be an integration of traditional and alternate medicine into the healthcare system to complement the conventional methods. To address mental dedicated issues, mental health institutions must be established in districts like Alfred Nzo, which currently lacks these facilities. Rural allowances and incentives must be restored, and there must be investment in staff retention strategies to attract healthcare workers to underserviced areas. The repairing and maintenance of critical hospital infrastructure, including theaters, ablution facilities, and diagnostic equipment must be prioritized. Terrain-appropriate ambulances must be deployed to rural areas. Consequence management for persistent failings must be enforced to ensure accountability. Unresolved recommendations from previous reports must be acted upon immediately. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the people of the Eastern Cape deserve better. They deserve a healthcare system that prioritizes their lives, not the one that is bogged down by inefficiencies and neglect. Let us decisively act and restore dignity to our healthcare systems. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon Honorable Mkocho, UDM. You have 3 minutes, Honorable Mkocho, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, greetings to the honorable members, to the Premier in absentia. UDM has noted the challenges and problems experienced by the department, which involves the following: the shortage of EMS vehicles which assist the patients, lack of clinical supervision in most facilities, dilapidated infrastructure, and the list is endless, as it has been outlined by the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee in terms of her report. We noted the challenges that are faced by the department, and on the same vein, appreciate the strides that they have been made to improve the conditions. We also put for consideration of the House that the plans to improve the conditions are also hindered by the following factors: problems of financial constraints, failure on application of control measures, theft and corruption in government facilities, absence of proper planning to meet targets. The observation is also made by UDM that the department has introduced the security measures to stop stealing in hospitals, a move that we appreciate and applaud the department for initiating such plans. We noted the shortfalls and improvements, and here put again for the attention of the department that a lot needs to be done in terms of making some improvements. The department must finalize the organogram to address the service delivery question through handling shortages of staff and further attending to the filling of vacant posts that are budgeted. The department must improve in financial performance management system. We have noted that lamenting and blaming those who have no authority to change the department's situation is like carrying water with a leaking vessel. It is for that reason that we appeal to the executive to consider developing a collective responsibility in order to bring a turnaround strategy that will correct the department's situation. We are raising that because the department has a responsibility to provide quality medical care, efficient services and treatment. To also invest in public health infrastructure and enable the department to create an environment that is conducive to people in order to improve the healthcare and access of the health. Thank you, Honorable. UTM welcomes the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'll now call upon the African National Congress, Honorable Saziwa. You have 14 minutes, Honorable Member, and it starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to all. I've made this observation, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I do not see the management of the department in the House. And I don't understand how are they going to take this matter forward, because I said I did not see them. I now see them. Thank you for that direction. So I withdraw that statement. Secondly, Deputy Speaker, we are able to speak right and whatever because of those so-called preschool teachers that are being despised today by some. They forget that they are able to speak because of those preschool teachers. Because when they were corrected, they ridiculed those members who corrected them. So ukabilela go right. Deputy Speaker, I won't be long today. Let me preface my debate by appreciating confidence that the ANC has bestowed upon me to come and represent it. And I would like to say, quoting from Amika Cabral, to our directors, tell no lies, expose lies whenever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, and claim no easy victories. The ANC and the department has never failed to expose everything as it is. It has never told any lies. That's why we are able to have this information. But on our side, the blue train, TAC in the Western Cape conducted a research, and in the introduction they found the following. The public health system in the Western Cape is characterized by staff shortages, poor filing system, shortage of space, which talks to the issue of infrastructure, and congestion in the clinics, all leading to delays in the delivery of quality care to the clients. The recent closures of clinics like Zakele, Liziwe, Nobanda, and Veldeverden clinics presents an added threat to the lives of the poor people in the Western Cape, as they have to rely on the public sector for healthcare services. Moreover, vulnerable populations may bear the risk of less healthcare access and poorer healthcare outcomes than the general population. And these are from the poor communities than the affluent areas like Constantia and Bishop's Court in the Western Cape. So tell no lies. Go and Google it. The other important thing that we need to take note of, that people are so preoccupied with these artificial boundaries. Challenges that our people have faced cannot be confined to boundaries. So there's nothing wrong when the department had to go to Free State to be assisted. These are people of South Africa. We can't rely on artificial boundaries when our people have to access services. That's why I'm saying, Deputy Speaker, political and ideological blindness is far worse than physical blindness. Health is one of the basic human rights that ought to be assessed by all, irrespective of one's social standing. Hence, the ANC is strong on the implementation of the National Health Insurance, which anchors itself on the primary health care, so that you guard against commodification of health services. Because you can't use health services as a money-making exercise. And out of this act, public hearings were conducted. Those beneficiaries of this act accepted the need for us to have this act. But those that are against it are challenging in the course of laws. And you are not going to win. First, the ANC accepts the report and accepts good work that the department is doing within the constraints of finances, but is calling upon all of us to come together, because we subscribe to the statement that says, if you want to walk fast, walk alone, but if you want to walk far, walk together. So if we are true reps of our people, we can't fighting about the need for all of us to come together and make sure that we are able, therefore, to play our role as public reps and leave its politics aside. Deputy Speaker, we know and we appreciate the good strides that the department is playing. And we are calling upon the department, when it comes to the issues of infrastructure, to begin to assess some of its service providers or implementing agencies that are failing the department. And if needs be, to blacklist those, because they are given tasks, they are unable to implement their programs, and that affects the department. We also acknowledge the program that is dealing with the issue of teenage pregnancy, through you, Deputy Speaker, Honorable MEC, because it has an inherent health hazard when a child gets pregnant at an earlier age. Therefore, we're calling for the rolling out of public health education to equip our people to be able to understand about such implications. And one issue that we're also raising is that the issue of availability of condoms is appreciated, and femitoms. But however, equally, there's a need of ensuring that we do not make honorably Mamufanda, through Deputy Speaker, the issue of supply of sanitary dignity towels as a by the way. They're supposed to be made freely available because it's a matter that you cannot stop. It's a natural process. So it can't be made because you have not to have sex. Though I'm not going to sex, I know, all of us know that. But we are calling for need to still roll it out because some of those children miss isikolo because akakwazi ukuba abe ready because akanazo imishukulu. So part of our work is to ensure that that happens. That's why when we close, when we want to close by saying, one of the German communist philosophers, the lady Rosa Luxemburg, had this to say in her last words: tomorrow the revolution will rise up again, clashing its weapons, and to your horror, it will proclaim with trumpets blazing, I was, I am, and I shall be. Therefore, the issue of the funding for the implementation of NHI is a matter that all of us, we must make sure that we support. The issue of, once again, promoting healthy living styles as part of the primary health care is supposed to be supported by all of us. The rolling out of public health education is a matter of must by all of us. Because we believe as the ANC, as Steve Biko once said, it is better to die for an idea that is going to live than to live for an idea that is going to die. So NHI is an idea that is going to live for all of us. We must die for it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Saziwa. Honorable MEC Kappa. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes, and your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to you, to the Acting Premier, members of the Executive, Deputy Chair of Chairs, Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip, honorable members, DGs and HOD, good afternoon, good evening. It's already an evening. Let me first thank the Portfolio Committee of Health for the oversight role that they play. Through the commitment, my apologies, through their diligent work, the Department of Health is able to improve the quality service it offers. Over and above the great work that is done by the committee, we have embarked as a department in our engagement sessions with various districts across the province. We have visited 7 districts out of 8. We are only left with Joe Kabi. We did that in order to have a better understanding of what is happening on the ground. As the committee has already alluded that we must get closer to our districts. So as the department, we have already visited such districts. Through these engagements and oversight visits, we get to hear directly from the people who are based in our facilities. We also engage with trade union leaders and governance structures so that we can work together in finding solutions. Honorable members, we are deeply concerned by the lawlessness that is happening in the province because our health workers and healthcare facilities have not been spared out of what is happening in terms of crime. As a result, some of our facilities are closed and our motor vehicles are hijacked. And the latest incident was the one that happened in Kumbu, where an ambulance was robbed and that was transporting an 8-year-old from OR Tambo Athlete Hospital into Mthatha. So we are really calling upon our society to understand that it's not just vehicles to us, but it is a vehicle that render a service to our people. We must thank the SAPS for doing random patrols around our health facilities. This is a great difference, but we need communities to take ownership of our facilities and assets because they are providing a service to those communities. Deputy Speaker, we are equally concerned with the number of ambulances that are in for repairs, but I can confidently say that here that we have met with my counterpart, Emerson Ngata, and engaging on this issue. Have already signed a service level agreement where we have allocated that they will put measures in place, like allocating a fast lane so that we spend less time for our vehicles that are going for service. And also, I think only on Monday, no, it was on Friday, yes, we received about 33 new ambulances that we are preparing for the festive season. So we can safely say we are ready as the department. This is a very important period, the one for festive season, because we know as a department that there'll always be an increase in terms of trauma cases. As a result, we are pleading with our society to do not drink and drive, and also make sure that they rest when they need to rest so that they minimize having accidents on our roads. Honorable members, this issue of shortage of staff, it's something that we know and we agree with the department, with the committee, that it's really affecting us as a department. But as a department, we can safely say we know that as the department, we have overspent in terms of cost of employees. And the members on my left-hand side know that. And they were, when we were sitting in the committee, they were really assisting us, engaging us. And they even praised me and said, I must be not reshuffled. Now I don't understand when they come here, they're giving me some stunts, but they were praising me, the good work that we are doing as a Department of Health and saying we must keep up the good work. So because we have an over expenditure in terms of the cost of it, we are unable to employ. As a result, it's putting serious strain on our staff. But we are devising means and strategies of making sure that we have some budget in trying to assist what is affecting the department. There are quite a number of strategies that we're putting in place. The one on issue of commuted overtime, the issue of providing accommodation. Those are strategies that are in place in trying to curb the over expenditure for the department. There are quite a number of, I will not get into those, but we have explained with those that sit with us in the committee that there are quite a number of, and they are beginning to yield some results because we can actually see a decrease as the department. We are also agree with the committee on the finding on the committed overtime. And again, we are doing everything in our power to deal with that issue. We have already put measures in place. We have met with the affected. We are engaging. There are clear plans in place into dealing with issue of committed overtime. We've already implemented it in Nelson Mandela. We can see some savings as well. We agree again with the committee about the issue of repurposing of our facilities. But we are saying as a department, when we are doing this process, we must do a thorough community engagement and public participation. We must also do a due diligence internally and outside the department, because we've seen what has happened in Katkat when a process was not done correctly, as well as in Osmond, where we lost a case. So we want to do the repurposing, but we will do a due diligence in dealing with that issue. And again, we agree with the committee on the issue of Alfredo and the mental hospital. We have already engaged with my counterpart, MEC from KZN, and they have agreed. We just need to finalize that agreement where we will send our patients to Mzimkhulu hospital. And again, they were saying, even on their side, they do have patients already that they are from Eastern Cape, but they are unable to locate families of those people because they are from Eastern Cape. So they think it will be both fruitful for both of us to have such an agreement. As well as the issue of repurposing of facilities, we've already identified facilities that must be repurposed. We've got the list. All we are doing now is we are dealing with the internal engagement with the staff, because it will have an impact on our employees. So we must also consult them in terms of the repurposing. Even other communities are coming to the department. Even last week, I met with the board from Mjanyane, saying they agree with the repurposing. All they are requesting for is for us to have a mental hospital in Krisani. So I'm trying to say the issue of repurposing, as long as we engage and communicate with our communities, we think it's going to happen. We also agree with the department on the issue of the organogram. We are putting systems in place. We have established a DT team. We've got a clear plan. It's sitting on a monthly basis, and there's been a roadshow that has been done by the department in order to engage all our employees in the district in terms of change management and everything that's going to be affected. But we must also understand that the issue of organogram goes hand in hand with the issue of repurposing, because we're not going to be able to employ whilst we are still doing an organogram. At the same time, we're not going to finalize the organogram without finalizing the repurposing strategy that we are doing. So we are finalizing those. We are hoping that once we do that, we'll be able to leverage on such and deal with the issue of unemployment, of the shortage of staff.
2 minutes left, Honorable MEC.
Okay. In terms of Nelson Mandela, we agree with the committee. We have already visited Nelson Mandela. A contractor is on site. The only thing that is left with the contractor is the patching of the flooring that they were talking about. We've dealt with the doors. Or they were talking about there is maintenance that is happening in Nelson Mandela. And the issue of the laundry, we are dealing with. We are hoping that by February we'll be done with that renovation that is happening there. But on the issue of NHI, I must say something, Chair. You know, as the province, we've got about 777 clinics. And out of the 77 clinics, 267 are compliant. It means they are NHI ready. It can't be, therefore, to say we are not ready. NHI is going to help this province. We want NHI. And also, we want, you are disturbing me. You are disturbing me. We are saying we've built state-of-the-art facilities across the province. You talk about Sipetu. We are busy as Tulele, building hospital, because we want to be NHI ready. So we are on the right track as the department. Emadwaleni, I can mention the few. We are about to appoint for Greenville, so we are getting there as the department. We don't want people that come here and say we are not doing anything as the Department of Health. And lastly, Chair, the issue of Mpilweni, we have sent a team. We are dealing with issues of Mpilweni. And also, we want to commit to the committee that we will provide the report that they're asking for within the prescribed period. And again, on issue of the specialist, but in Alfred's, to be specific, it's only the pediatrician that is not there. The rest of specialists are appointed. We are only left with one. And we've already appointed, it's starting next month, the pediatrician. Therefore, it means in terms of Alfred's, we will be having the full team that is needed. So it means, as the department, we know what we are doing. Just give us a chance. Just give us a. And finally, Chair, we want to accept the report and the recommendations of the committee, and we commit that as the department will work hand in hand with the committee, and also appreciate the advice and everything that were given by the committee when we meet with them, the assistance and the advices they are giving to us. We hope that in future, those who come here and make some rumors and say people are dying in Frontier, whereas that is not true. They make a statement, say people have died, and when you go there, there's no such, because they are consumed with peddling lies and trying to prove that this department is dysfunctional. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable members, I put the report. Are there any objections? I didn't capture you, Honorable Konziwe. Thank you, thank you. Honorable members, that concludes the discussion on this matter and the business for today. We have prepared a light lunch, light supper or dinner. So you are all welcome to join us as the presiding officers that side. Thank you very much. The House will adjourn until Thursday, the 28th of November 2024 at 2:15. The House is adjourned. Thank you.